Are we here? Okay. Good morning once again, and thank you for joining us this morning. This is a conference, a transformation conference, under the theme, Transforming Scholarship After COVID-19 in the context of the fourth industrial revolution. This is the third day, and we are really honored to have Professor Monde Ntwasa, who's going to be our keynote this morning, under the title of Transformation is a Process of Liberation. And I think when you look at him, then you know that yes, we are here to liberate ourselves and those who have joined us online. So allow me to introduce Prof. Ntwasa, and I know that what he has given us is very, very limited. But it's enough for you to know who he is, and for those that would like to know him further, you can always Google him. Prof, I'm sure you are Googleable. Yes. So my name is Cindy Lengubane, and I'm hoping that we will work through this program. We have started 21 minutes after 9, but I can assure you that we will actually be on track. So Prof. Ntwasa is a professor of biotechnology at the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. He's also acting as the Deputy Executive Dean of CAES. He completed his matric at St. John's College in Umtata and graduated in BSc Microbiology and BSc Clinical Science and Immunology at the University of Cape Town. Later, he graduated with the MPhil and PhD at the Cambridge University in the United Kingdom. Professor Ntwasa returned to the University of Cape Town as a research fellow and later accepted a position as a lecturer in biochemistry at the University of Witwatersrand. After 17 years at Wits, when he was an associate professor in biochemistry, he accepted a position at the University of South Africa as a full professor in biotechnology. Professor Ntwasa is currently conducting research in cancer and developing small molecule drugs for the treatment of cancer. I was expecting you to go crazy. Yeah. Can you please welcome Prof. Ntwasa? I think I'm actually breathing. I can't breathe because this is like, so we are really honored to have you, Prof. Ntwasa, and we welcome you to address us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ngubane. And good morning, colleagues here in the room and also in the cyberspace. I believe there are other people somewhere else in the world. I was so scared to come and talk here. But I'm so relieved because everybody looks very friendly. I'm really very pleasantly surprised by what I'm seeing. And I want to talk about a lot of things from which are not science, but also about science, which I think is a good thing to do, because I don't think we should be so regimented in the way in which we do things. I'm hoping that it's just for discussion, because I'm not a guru. I'm not coming with blueprints of any sort, but that there will be stimulation of discussion by what I'm going to say. Does this move to? Does it take time? Oh, this one moves. Yes. Okay, great. So these are the things that I would like to address today. First of all, when we talk about transformation and the sort of things that we want to do, including decolonization, I think that it is necessary to talk about psychological oppression And also, I think it's important to talk about what is transformation and why it is necessary. And then I would like to suggest critical elements of transformation so that those who are involved in it may perhaps measure their outcomes from such elements. And then I would obviously have to move in the world of science, the world of knowledge production and consumption, especially when it comes to my field of activity. And then I want to ask the question and address it. It's not me who's asking the question, because it was never a question to me, but I know a lot of people. During the Fees Must Fall campaign, there was a very robust debate at the University of Cape Town about whether empirical sciences should be involved in decolonization and Africanization. Biology is biology, biochemistry does not matter who you are. This is the view of senior academics at the university at the time, who were seen as leaders here, and therefore their voices were very important. They were professors, but they were asking, and in fact they were not asking, they were telling people that you can do science anywhere else, but not in our physics, mathematics. So I think that it's something that needs to be addressed, and I will introduce it here. But before I talk about the transformation, I want to talk about, like I said, the psychological oppression that is happening. And this is not happening just to black people in Africa. It's happening to Africans globally. And it's happening specifically to Africans in America. The form of oppression called gaslighting. And I want us to look into it a little bit more, what we call deliberately today. It is a very successful form of oppression of people. And basically, gaslighting is the intentional psychological manipulation of a victim by an oppressor. And the purpose of this basically is to make the victim to question reality, to say, am I really being oppressed, or am I imagining that I'm being oppressed? Maybe it's just in my mind. I'm not really oppressed. The other thing is to question memory. When you say you remember things that happened to you in the past, then they told you, you're probably dreaming, it never happened to you. Or it never happened the way you say it happened. And this distorts your memory or perception of what has happened to you. And then the other thing, obviously the oppressor is the gaslighter, rather, is most successful when you now start to excuse the abusive behavior of the gaslighter. And many people will recognize these things. Those people are involved in abusive relationships, marriages, or partnerships, or whatever. Sorry, let me just... I'm opening at my place, sorry. When you now start to excuse the behavior of the accused, of the gaslighter, success has started for the gaslighter, obviously, because now you are approaching a stage of accepting the oppression that is being. And then, of course, you doubt yourself, and then you lack self-confidence. You will seek assistance from the gaslighter, in fact. And then you struggle to make your own decisions. You always feel that your own decision must be validated by the gaslighter. You don't do anything. You are under the tutelage of the gaslighter all the time. Now, psychologists, of course, talk about gaslighting a lot. I mean, if you have a friend who's a psychologist, go and ask them. Although I've seen some of them, I think it's different types of psychologists. I don't know what kind of psychologists know about gaslighting, because some of them did not even know about it. But psychologists will tell you that these are all the characteristics. Not all of them. It's not exhaustive. There are many other characteristics of gaslighting and outcomes of it. So how do they do it? Very often, I'm not going to talk about all of these. I'm just going to talk about the few. The ones in my slide, they are blue. I'm going to talk about those because you probably will recognize them. I can't go through all of them because we don't have the time in this meeting to do that. The first thing that happens, of course, is innuendo. They wear you down. Attack you, sometimes partially attack you, and then want to say, so that you say, I was not really attacking you. So it's done by innuendo, by lies, by half-truths, so that you find it difficult to defend, and then subtle put-downs. This happens a lot in workplaces, in oppressive environments and workplaces where people wear you down. So you eventually get tired of even complaining. See what I mean? This is what gaslighting. And this happens, of course, a lot to us black people. These subtle put-downs are everywhere, whether it's on television, whether it's in the media, whether it's in everything. It's a subtle put-down, for instance. The fact that when I see a lot of publications of the World Health Organization talking about climate change, about poverty, about this, the face of this is a black person. And you wonder, why is a black person always an image, a representative of everything that's horrible? Poverty, disease, changes in the weather, everything. We are the face of all these things that are negative. Those are subtle put downs, not just to that person who is appearing on that video, to everyone who is black. And you see, we have come to this stage where, as black people, we don't we brush those things. I'm sure a lot of black people, when they see a black person being portrayed as a representative or as a what's the right word? Basically, we're the face of everything that's negative. We all feel bad. When Floyd was being killed on television, live, it was not Floyd who was dying. It was every black person was watching there, because that was a representation of how cheap a black life is, that people can actually watch it being ended right there. You see what I mean? So these are put-downs that are happening globally to black people. And the effect of this, of course, is can they change this? Because once you get tired of this, you eventually become to accept. So these are forms of black, and then you blame the victim. In South Africa, the one that we know very well about is the race card thing. Black people are more scared of the race card than racism. You rather not complain because you fear someone will call you playing the red card, the race card. You rather not say anything. You fear race card more than the racism itself. But that is something that the oppressors use, the gaslighters use, to make you basically accept your position, your situation. And then there's projection. Projection where racists will be the first ones to call you racist. Sometimes when you even respond to their racism. And this is possible because in our country, racism has been given a very facile definition. So racism is just a matter of hate and love. Of course, we all know that actually racism has got nothing about love or hate. It's not about feelings. It's about power. You get racism even in a mixed relationship. The prosecutors, the people who oppressed slaves in America, they changed them by sleeping with them. So racism has got nothing to do with love or hate. But in South Africa, that's been given, that definition. So you can be subjected to racism and you respond with a very strong word. And then you are the one who is racist because racism is hate speech in South Africa. This is a very facile definition of racism, which makes it impossible for us to fight racism. All these things are a result of gaslighting. And then the last one is that one that we probably all know. It wasn't me. I wasn't even born when this thing was happening to you. So don't blame me. It was my ancestors. All these things are gaslighting things, which we need to address if we are going to deal with transformation. So I'm just going to, again, describe gaslighting that happens on a grand scale. The effects of it that we can see, like I've already told you about the watered-down definition of racism. It's a result of gaslighting, where our own government fears upsetting the gaslighter by including them in the victimhood of racism. That's what you do after you've been gaslighting. So this is what happens when gaslighting is happening on a grand scale. The naming of national events in South Africa is an result of gaslighting on a grand scale. The whole nation's been gaslit or gaslighted. We call Sharpeville Massacre what? Human Rights Day. Basically, we're sanitizing our oppression. We want to make it look like it never happened. We're hiding it by calling it a Human Rights Day. We don't want to call it the massacre of our people. The massacre of the youth in June 16 is now called Youth Day. It was a massacre of thousands, of dozens of young black children. Now we call it a Youth Day. Some people even call it a Bride Day, which is rather cynical, given that people were fired at until they died. And now they call it a Bride Day these days. Last month, 2 months ago, September, we call that Heritage Day. This is the day when we should be celebrating or honoring historical figures that should be important to us, like Shaka and Steve Biko, who were murdered by our oppressors. But we decided to hide that history by calling it Heritage Day, so that nobody ever thinks about what happened. All lives matter. So this distorts our reality, basically. It makes us believe that, you're being silly when you talk about Black Lives Matter, as if this is something that has got no foundation. Then they will say, the gaslighter says, all lives matter, without any shame as they do that. Now, Africa is dependent on aid, basically. We are the image of poverty, image of disease-ridden people. Everything that is wrong is happening here. And the gaslighter wants to aid us. They give us assistance. And this is what gaslighting does, of course, make you believe that the person who's gaslighting you has got your interest at heart. And this makes you accept what they are doing, because at times they become so friendly and so nice to you, they even want to protect you, or appear to protect you. And you work. But this makes you unable to deal with the problem of being oppressed. And then, of course, the fear of upsetting the gaslighter. That is when the gaslighting is complete. And I see that a lot with Africans, both here in the continent and abroad, in the diaspora. The fear of upsetting the gaslighter. So we find very nice ways of talking about our oppression. We want to make our oppression something that we talk about privately, that we will not talk about when the gaslighters are present. If we do, we must apologize when we do that. So this is when gaslighting is complete. This is when gaslighting is complete and you are completely unable to deal with the oppression that you are suffering. So you probably know 2 weeks ago, there was this story in this article, they called it First Hook. They call themselves Fish Hook in the website. So that, even that shows you who was writing this and what papers was writing. Here, a teacher, Asanda, who are often here talking on Umhlobo Wenene FM, was talking to her class at Fishhook High School, which is a white school, basically. And they've got a few black people there. And now you look at the title of this, Black People Can Never Be Racist. And this is what annoyed white people in Cape Town. She said that black people can never be racist. And you see that never is written in capital letters. Why? You might think it's just an emphasis, an innocent emphasis. I don't think so. Because I think the person who was writing realizes that it's extreme to say black people can never be racist. But that means that he understands that it would be okay if he says black people cannot be racist in the current arrangement. Because the current power arrangements in South Africa make it impossible for black people to be racist, even if they wanted to be. That does not mean they can't be, but that's not the point. It's just hypothetical. We don't want to talk about that. But under current circumstances, it's not possible for black people to practice racism. It's just not possible. Does not matter how rich they are. They just can't. So this person knows very well. But now you see what they write in the end. This person, Celia's Brink of the DA, because eventually they had to terminate that course, which was teaching children about racism. And then it was decided that this would be suspended. So Celia's Brink says, we welcome the decision of the Western Cape government to immediately suspend these types of courses. This is not the way to encourage people to interact with compassion and understanding in a diverse environment. You look at the website of that school and you wonder, where's the diversity they're talking about in the first place? And these are people who have lived for 400 years, for hundreds of years, watching oppression of people with no diversity. Now they are champions. They actually teach us about these matters. They even know what a constitutional democracy is. So, but we have accepted those things as normal in South Africa. We let them go. You know, black people just go around. We're tired. They've worn us down for many, many years. There are certain things that we'd rather just push them on the side. So I'm saying, therefore, that gaslighting is very important. Now, psychologists will tell you that you can't move on unless you've dealt with it. Psychologists usually deal with gaslighting in abusive relationships, in marriage. And they will tell the victims of gaslighting that you just can't move on. You must deal with it, recognize it first, and then deal with it and end. Make sure that your mind is clear. You know, it's been removed, all these things. So I'm saying here that we cannot proceed earnestly with transformation unless we've dealt with this problem. Because it's affecting all our minds globally as Africans, and it's making it difficult for us to fight our oppression. And very often we seek the assistance of the gaslighters to free us. So we can't move. So now I want us to talk about transformation itself, because there's something worrying about transformation in the way we treat it. I think it's important to recognize that transformation basically means the rejection of the status quo. It's different from reform. It's a radical shift from the status quo. And what is the status quo? The status quo is that of our previous oppression under apartheid. We wouldn't be transforming anything if we did not go through 400 years of oppression. That's what we're doing. And I think that we have forgotten that, because people say they're transforming when they, in fact, they're tweaking apartheid and making it more palatable, which is more dangerous. So it's better not to do transformation if you're going to do it halfway. because it will be like that what we have done already, where we think we are transforming by changing names of what called national events. But what we're doing, we're making our oppression palatable. We're making it acceptable by giving it new names, but which please everybody. So I think that it is important to recognize that transformation is a rejection of the status quo that we want to change. There are elements that I think are important for transformation. One of them is a new mindset, which is what I've just talked about now. You need to have a new mindset. And you know, the Afrikaners did that. They had a problem with the British, and they had a new mindset as Afrikaners, not as white people, as Afrikaners. They had a new mindset, and then they had a new agenda. So you need a new agenda. And that agenda must be an agenda, of course, that is going to be aligned with what you want to do. And that's going to result into a new order, into a new society. And the other important thing about transformation is that it is not possible without the custom-designed structural arrangements. Apartheid showed that very clearly, that in order for you to have that agenda, you need structural arrangements. By the time we got this new government, there were 13 departments of education in South Africa. That is not just a frivolous investment. It's because the agenda and the society that they wanted required that those structural arrangements are in place so they can do what they want to do. So to transform anything without having an appropriate structural arrangement to make it happen, it's wasting time. So that will result in a new program of action, which was apartheid. That was a program of action that was implemented because all the elements I've mentioned there were present. And then, of course, there will be there was a sense of liberation for Afrikaners, but certainly not for us. But what we must do when we want to do transformation is, of course, to have all these elements, but the elements will not have the malfeasance that was in what we call. The agenda is an agenda that is based on our core values of Ubuntu, where humanity is at the core. It's very important. The new society must be a society that reflects those core values. And the new structural arrangements must be not oppressive. There must be arrangements that actually promote humanity rather than oppress it. So it's a different and then there will be liberation for all the people who are involved in that kind of environment. So I think that these elements are really very important. And I just want to quickly talk about, within here at Unisa, a microcosm of what I've just talked about. At the height of COVID, when the COVID started, 2020, I became an acting manager of the laboratories in the Florida campus. And when I got there, then I saw this structure for the laboratories that you see here. 3 levels of movement in your career path. You enter with a matric certificate as an assistant, laboratory assistant, and then you become a technician, and then you become a technologist. And then that's it. And a laboratory assistant is matric. The technician has got a BSc honors, and then the technologist has got a master's. The problem is that the university had invested over many years in the development of the staff there. And on top of that, even though these people are involved in the academic activities, they were classified as administrators. And they were paid according to what is called professional academic, not even the real academic, administrating. So you can see how oppressive this arrangement is in the laboratory. And as a result, there was a lot of unhappiness, a lot of people just not liking to be in work. They like the environment, but they don't like that their careers can't move. The university was investing a lot of money. These people, there was never anyone with a matric certificate there. The people who were laboratory assistants, one of them actually had a PhD, but was at P12, still at P12. With a PhD, this is how they entered. They could not move anywhere. So I recognized how oppressive this immediately. So together at the time, Prof. Machano and Prof. Mini, Prof. Machano was the dean, and Prof. Mini was the acting deputy dean at the moment. So they and I agreed immediately that this was a situation that must be changed. It can't work. There's no way anyone can work. And anyway, it was a loss to the university because people were trained by university, got their PhDs, and then they decided they'll have to move to another place. So the university was training for other universities. So we then changed the structure to this one. So now there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people in laboratories in the new structure, when it's implemented, can even become professors. Those people who entered, we removed matric, and people can enter with their B degrees, which was also a deliberate intention. So you can see how that career path immediately removes and it's part of the agenda that I want to talk about. But the main agenda here was to liberate the labor site, because you cannot have productivity working with people who feel under oppression. They are not dedicated to what they are doing. They do not have the enthusiasm. It can't work. You're wasting time. So the first thing was to liberate the staff. The other thing was to merge the technical program and the core academic program and therefore improve the quality of the offering of the university to the students. It was very important. And then, of course, to create a thriving environment where people feel like they want to go to the laboratories every day. They may, in the laboratories, you sometimes have to work overnight. So you can't do that if you feel you are being, exploited or abused. And of course, the bottom one was to also address the national issue, because we know that our degrees, which end an exit of bachelor, students at that level, they're unemployable. They've got no way to enter, and they can't move with their careers. But now in this structure, we give an opportunity for bachelors to enter a career path where they can actually move upward, even though they may have missed that in their universities where they come from. And of course, above all, is to ensure that Unisa achieves a return on investment, because with all that professional development, with all that high-end infrastructure that is there, but inappropriate human capacity, it would not work. It was becoming a risk for the university. So I'm saying here basically that an agenda, even in the microcosm of in our situation, it requires this structural arrangement. At the end of the day, in order for us to achieve that return on investment, which is really what we want to do, we need to have the correct structural arrangements. We need to have the correct elements of transforming the situation. So the laboratory structure is therefore a nice microcosm to show how transformation in our little site here can happen. Okay, so now I want to talk about the question of Africanization in the area of knowledge acquisition and consumption. First of all, I think we need to recognize that education is not a complex thing. When people ask you what is education, education is basically a process by which individuals are trained by whoever has got knowledge to live wisely. That's why we need education. We need it in order to live wisely in our environment. It means we need to understand our environment, understand our community, and act productively with our community. That is really the purpose of education. It's not very complex at all. The content may be, but the objective is not. And Albert Einstein quotation there basically says that education begins at birth and ends at death. In one of the graduations, I portrayed how that happens, which I can't repeat here now because we don't have time. But you start learning the day you get born. That's why you cry. You don't laugh, you cry. No child laughs when they're born, they all cry. And you start there to learn from your mother, from your grandparents, and so on and so on. Now, I come from an environment in the Eastern Cape, rural environment, and as a child, as a boy there, by the time you get to school, you know all the plants in your environment. You know the insects, you know the birds, not all of them, maybe it's exaggeration, but you know most of these. By the time you are in your teens, you probably know virtually every bird or animal or plant or river, everything in your environment you knew, and you knew what it is used for. And you had even had the innovation to create implements of work from what you know. You also have got implements to defend yourself. So that is informal education that we learned from our communities. That is informal, which was very, very important, because it is important for you to know your environment, you know the culture, so that you can interact productively with people in your community. That's what education was, and that was informal education from your family, from the community, from your peers, and the important thing is that education, in a proper education system, it should be seamlessly integrated in the formal education at school. So the things that I came already knowing about, the plants, the trees, the animals, the rivers, when I get to school, I now get a deeper understanding of them. But what happened during our time under apartheid? That did not happen. When you went to school, you were taught about the River Thames in London, the Rhone in France. We were taught Shakespeare, George Eliot's books. That's all we knew when we went to school. And then we were told about roses and carnations, which we've never seen. No one talked about what was happening that we already knew and give us a deeper understanding so that we can. That was the problem with education and apartheid. It was designed to make us caricatures of the oppressor. It wanted to make us look like the oppressor and do what the oppressor wanted to do. It was not for our benefit. And that's what we need to transform. This was a defective society. Now we need a healthy society. And one of the important things also that we need to realize from this is that education, the notion that's been given now, that education is only here in a place like this, no? It's not true. Formal institutions are not the only sites of education. When we do engaged scholarship out there, we should realize that we're not working on subjects there in the communities or with other people that are not in the same situation. We are engaging because we also want to learn from them. They also learn from us. So education is not only here at the university. I think that's one of the notions that we need to talk about. Now, in terms of knowledge production, we'll notice that the hierarchy of knowledge production is described there on the screen. Basically, at the beginning, we are consumers. But increasingly, as we move upwardly to becoming to PhD graduates, we are in the business of knowledge production. You're no longer consuming a lot. You're still consuming a bit. But gradually, as you move from there, that is something that we need to understand. But innovation can happen anytime, even as a little baby. Innovation is possible. Depends what it is that you're talking about. But this hierarchy is not only confined to the formal education, even in the communities. There is a difference in terms of knowledge from a young boy and an old wise man, whose proverbs have become source of wisdom for the entire planet now, today. So this kind of sequence in knowledge is not confined to the universities. Now, I don't know what time I've got. I still have some time? Okay, I'm moving. So now, the thing is, certain things that we have not maybe looked at here at our university about what knowledge, because there are forms of knowledge production and acquisition, which dominate different societies and different communities, but which I think in South Africa we don't talk about very often. For instance, our education system is dominated by disciplinarity in South Africa. And disciplinarity basically is where people focus on specialized skills. I'm a microbiologist, and that's what it is, I am. And I don't care about anyone else, basically. In fact, anyone else is not important. So, and I investigate specific phenomena. You know, I study cancer, so I don't care about other phenomena that may be happening. And I embrace specific methods to use in my investigation. They're specific to me, and we organize ourselves in specific communities. In our own conferences as microbiologists, in our own societies, we publish in our own journals. So this kind of disciplinarity is what is dominating our space in South Africa today. And I think that when we are transforming our way, things from the past, we need to explore all these things and see. No, probably not one is, they're probably useful, all of them, but not as stereotyped. And then there's multidisciplinarity, where there are many disciplines involved, but each one wants to remain intact as a discipline. And the perspective is even multidisciplinary. Even though we're addressing the same thing, we're really interested in our own perspective. We're not really interested in the other perspective of the people that we are also working with. And of course, we don't even understand, I noticed, because I've chaired a lot of NRF panels, and NRF wants to promote multidisciplinarity, and they will ask specifically about multidisciplinarity when people are making proposals. Now, I've noticed, especially in our area, that people don't quite understand multidisciplinarity. They think it's such interaction between relatives. So, biochemists will count geneticists and bioinformaticists as multidisciplinarity. But in reality, that's not, because these are just relatives, basically. They're all related disciplines. They are just branches of the same thing. They're all biomedical sciences. That's not really multidisciplinarity. But that shows that we still do not quite understand as a community, as a nation, what really this thing is, because it's not being discussed. I know that in the website of the College of Graduate Studies, they specifically mention interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity, but I've never heard anyone at college, at CGS, organizing a workshop or some seminar to discuss these concepts as they should. Interdisciplinarity is conjoining of these disciplines, but they want to identify things they believe are common among them. There's still no holistic approach to knowledge in this thing. Then there's transdisciplinarity, where disciplines are not compartmentalized. In this situation, knowledge transcends the confines of the subjects. And people will address a global issue, and they will come together to discuss the problem and discuss the possible solutions and discuss the possible approach. Together, you see, from all perspectives, and then, of course, this will give eventually a holistic view of the problem and the solutions. So these are and I feel that when we transform our curricula, it is important for us to look at these different modes of learning and of investigation and see where our curricula fit in, whether they actually fit for purpose for what we want to achieve in the end. So I think that they are important situations. And I just want to talk about those people who say that we as empirical scientists, or what's called hard sciences, should not be involved in decolonization, Africanization. Now look at this article here, which talks about how the problem of what is called neglected diseases is addressed. Now, neglected diseases are parasitic diseases that you find mostly in Africa, but you find them in some parts of South America and some parts, but they're mostly in Africa. They're neglected diseases because no one wants to invest money in them, because they're localized. They affect only people in these tropical regions and in Africa only, and therefore there is no incentives. Not like malaria, because malaria, even though may be located in mostly in parts of Africa, but it affects a lot of people because mosquitoes, they can fly, they don't distinguish between the locals and tourists. So there is interest, a lot of investment of money, but these diseases are neglected because they are related to poverty. You know, it's known, these people met in London knowing that these are related to poverty. So, which implies that by removing poverty, you can eradicate this disease and the related things. So, who met, and see, they realized this comes from the same paper. You can see in the green here, they know that one of the things that you can do is large-scale preventive. This is what was proposed. Large-scale preventive treatment, innovating and intensified disease management. And then in green, safe drinking water, sanitation, hygiene, integrated vector management, veterinary and public health. This was in green. And you wonder, well, I did not actually scrutinize the paper carefully enough to find out why they put that one in green. But these are the solutions that they were looking at, that are possible solutions. Oh yeah, the worst ones are the green ones. Yeah, it says here a cross-sectional solution, lasting solutions. They're more sustainable, and the ones at the top are rapid medical solutions. Okay, so these people meet in London to discuss this problem. After many, many years, this was in 2012, 2010, I think, 2012, 2010, when these people meet. And these people basically, pharmaceutical companies and philanthropists, including Bill Gates and others, but mostly pharmaceutical companies. Two Africans were present also from Tanzania and whatever, which is places where the majority of these diseases are. They met there to discuss this problem. And their solution was that what is needed is large-scale preventive treatment, case management, and care. Now, of course, if you're reading this in the paper without scrutinizing it, all these look like very benevolent things to do to solve a problem. It's a good thing, preventative treatment, isn't it? Care is also a very important thing, and care and case management. Those are important, I think you would think. But what really this says in English is that what you require is vaccination. What you require is pharmaceutical drugs. That is management. And care is also build hospitals. So these people meeting in London, they see opportunities from the suffering of people there. They know that to make this go away completely, all you need to do is to improve the living conditions of the people there, provide them with running water. This include things like bilharzia. You know that bilharzia is caused by children playing in standing water, in dams, with water that's not running. So you need basically to provide amenities and correct facilities for people there, and then the thing goes away completely. It won't come back. But now they see an opportunity for making money. So this will be the difference between an African scientist and people like that, because even if I knew that I could make a drug for that condition, I should, as an African, realize that the drug is only going to give me a sustained source of income from profiting from this condition. And that is not Ubuntu. When I look at a human suffering, I should not see opportunities for wealth. I should see opportunities to alleviate suffering. This is the difference between African science and the rest of the world's science. That's how I see it. So it is not true, really, to talk about empirical science is not Africanization is not. It is critically important because it defines the questions we ask and the solutions we bring through our science. So that is what is important. So this situation basically required, if we were African scientists tackling this, it would require the collaborative activity of biomedical scientists, epidemiologists, engineers, clinicians, economists, sociologists, political scientists. All these people could work together. This, to me, would be the kind of transdisciplinary project to solve a global issue that's affecting the communities here. Involving all these people, they all come with different perspectives, but contributing in a cumulative and complementary manner in the solution of the problem. So I think that even here, disciplinarity to me seems to be an attractive thing when you want to address a global issue. It might not be when there's too much specialization. So to end, what have I done? I think I've lost a slide at the bottom. Don't know how it happened. But to end, basically, it's a pity I've lost that slide. It's summarizing the things that I wanted to say, but I can remember some of them. I want to say that it is not possible to do transformation unless you have cleared your mind of the baggage that I've talked about. Also, it is better not to do it than to do it partially. Because when you do it partially, you only make it palatable. And therefore, you're only promoting oppression and make it sustainable rather than solving it. You need to do it properly without apology and rigorously and completely. And also, I'm saying that the exploration of new learning approaches other than disciplinarity, which dominates our current education system, is necessary, I think, as we go about transforming our curricula and so on. So I think that the slide probably just, I don't know what happened, but it summarizes those things, the more points that are put there. But for now, I'm fine. Thank you very much.
I'm actually wowed because normally scientists will just confuse you. Colleagues, may you please give him another round of applause. Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Ntwasa. You've done what many scientific scholars have failed to do, and that is communicating to us. And communicating for understanding. And what you are actually saying is to say that the world is not disciplinary. The world requires integration, requires us to talk to each other so that we solve the main problems. And it's fantastic how you showed how different people from different fields actually could solve what is now, been understood as a medical problem when it's not. It's actually an issue of building properly. It's an issue of seeing how you can, as you are saying, engineering and making sure that there's no stagnant water and all that. So it's a pity again that when we were given this kind of education, we even forgot. I remember when we grew up, when you had flu, they would get gum tree and boil it and you'll steam. The steaming when you have flu only came back when people had COVID. And we grew up steaming. All of a sudden, when you have flu, you go to a doctor. Why are we doing this? Simply because we are feeding the medical aids. So at the end of the day, transformation in the empirical sciences is important because it will give us our power back as the so-called consumers. We have actually even forgotten. Do you remember somebody mentioned this yesterday? When COVID started, we all thought we were going to die because we were from the low poverty areas. For us who are big, you are going to die. You are old, you are going to die. It was just so bad. We lost hope. And I think that was what you are talking about, gaslighting, where you felt so helpless. But funny enough, the very same people came back to us and said, wow, the Africans are strong, because we were supposed to die in larger numbers, but we didn't. So at the end of the day, I always say when we go to the schools, I say, when Steve Biko talked about us in Black consciousness, I think what he was stressing is that God has blessed us. We are strong naturally. We have a strong immune system. Our skins don't crack. There's a lot that actually we are blessed with. But through the education that we were given, we forgot who we are. There's that song, Nizilibele ubani zalwa ngobani. Yes. There you go. Yes, so I think what you are just saying is that we must go back to the source and actually appreciate the plants, the different other knowledges that are actually indigenous that can actually keep us very healthy. Thank you very much, Prof. Ndwasa. And again, while I'm calling for questions, I want to really pay respect to you as a line manager, because when we lead, we get when people are in P12. And P12 is the lowest for those that don't know. Like, I don't know how much you earn when you are getting the salary. And we do not even try to do the motivational letters to say the job description of this person requires them at least to be at P8. And again, you can't have all our work as if we are in a factory. Our work needs to be linked to the academic project, so that at the end of the day, people can have academic, career progression and have hope. And all these lower positions in our departments, who's holding them? It's our Black people. Other people will come in with matric and be at P7. And no one questions that. So thank you so much for bringing in and changing the organogram in your college and ensuring that people are living a decent life and earning a salary that can make them live sustainably. Questions, colleagues, comments? Don't be scared. This is a very nice guy. So you could even ask him very complicated questions about cancer and all that. So the floor is open. Yes, Prof.
Good morning, Prof. Morning. And good morning, everyone. My name is Elijah. Mine is just slightly, it's much of a comment, but it will just have a slight question maybe in the end. A question which maybe I'm throwing to each one of us to can assist one another. Thank you very much for a very, very insightful paper, and let me say a thought-provoking one, because normally we think every time we speak decolonizing, that's when we are doing it, but we are only speaking about it. But doing it is a different ball game altogether, as far as I understand when you are speaking. Also, trying to avoid to be in a space where this gaslighting is taking place and it is affecting you. It's something that most of us, we're trying to avoid. We want always to be in a space where, whether the gaslight is working against us or not, we don't want to be visible enough. We just want to be on the fence, or in most cases. My little concern is, I've realized, I'm not sure that it's only my realization, but I don't want to ask other people. I've even done a study about it. But it looks like this issue of mostly black people, trying simply to brand ourselves with decolonizing, meanwhile we are not really in it. It's getting tough, and it's getting right there, because I think we have this notion of thinking when we talk much about decolonization, I become a better person. But doing it is another story. So I want you, Prof, if you have a way to can help us to move out of, you said something which is very profound towards the end. It's better you don't do it. If you know you will do it half, it's better you don't do it at all. So, but I want you to heal us here. This is a kind of a sickness which I always say. There are a lot of people who, for instance, are branding themselves with black consciousness, but the life inside is not even about black. It's about something else. I'm not sure whether, if you can help us to get rid of this ourselves. Thank you.
No, I can't help you. I can only agree with you. But I think that's why I'm saying that, because all of that is because of the gaslighting that we've been going through. It's really stunted our ability to see our reality and the courage to face it. That's why as a people, we need to recognize it. We need not to deny, we need to recognize. And I always say, as soon as you feel the urge to not upset the gaslighter, you must know you have a problem. You must know you have a problem. I've seen on Twitter, there was a situation where a white woman in Pretoria almost verbally assaulted black policemen. You know, it became a big thing, and we were talking about it on Twitter. But you know what? The majority of the people who were defending the situation were black people, saying that, but you can also do that as black people. Why don't you know? Defending basically this. That is what gaslighting has done, where black people feel an urge to explain the oppression that happens and want to include themselves and say that black people can also be racist. That is what gaslighting has done to us. And it's happened on such a wide scale that we think it's normal. To be white people could sit there and do nothing about what's called a racist situation, but it should be black people who are addressing it. They are the victims, but they are actually explaining why the victims are doing it. So I'm saying that what we need to do is to work. What is happening shows how complete our oppression, our conquest is. It's complete. We are now self-perpetuating it. We are actually the ones who are driving our own oppression, ourselves. That's what has happened. So the important thing is to, first of all, recognize that, and secondly, take active steps to get rid of it. You see, black people, even politicians, it's happened on a grand scale. You probably know a lot about the phenomenon in our political sphere, where when black people speak about what they want to do to transform society, and then they say, this will do this, and this will be the outcome of this, and then they want to say, everybody will benefit, black and white. Black people always feel the urge that they must make that statement, black and white. Now, that addition, black and white, is not directed at black people, it's directed at white people, so that they are assuaged. They know whatever transformation is taking place, it will not hurt them. You see what I mean? So now these are our politicians who do this. It shows the grand scale at which gaslighting has happened. Our own leaders, the people who lead us, they want to transform, but they want to apologize at the same time. You see what I mean? You can't be liberated that way. It's just not possible. You can't be liberated when you want to apologize for it. So I can't help really, Prof, but I can only say I agree with you.
No, thanks, Prof. Yeah, I don't know what to say because you have struck all the chords in my system. And I cannot agree more with you, except maybe to make this comment. Firstly, I agree with you that sometimes, and I've shared with some colleagues, they know my own discomforts, that even the transformation that we talk about, or approaches to transformation, is a very sanitized version.
Absolutely.
We are very apologetic. That thing of always prefacing or concluding with, it is all inclusive. No one should feel alienated about this. And I would sit and I say, Kiani, just keep your peace and keep quiet. It is so frustrating that we're talking about changing a system that was meant to dehumanize, degrade, and do everything inhuman to us. And yet when we approach it with apology written on our forehead. We tiptoe it, we tinker around it, and so on and so forth. Even in this conference, and I kept I kept quiet when that comment was made, and I said, I don't think it will help. When a comment was made in this conference that transformation should not mean that we replace what is there, I wonder if colleagues heard it. You can go back to the recording, that we don't replace what is there. As if a liberatory agenda should be to add to an oppressive. It's a contradiction, it's an oxymoron. So what are we transforming if we don't replace what is there? You know? And it has led to a situation of what we call Africanization has also been vulgarized, because it is about adding that which is African in what exists, just quoting it over a system that was designed for the oppression and dehumanization of it. And sometimes I get frustrated that we seem not to realize that. I like your comment about even public holidays and all that. One comment was made that we think that we have transformed when we name this Winnie Madikizela Mandela. We elevate symbolism over substance, over content, over what should matter even the most. Because the question becomes, what is it that you teach inside Winnie Madikizela Mandela? For me. What is it that you teach in this building? If it is still a Eurocentric canon. So you have changed just the face, the naming, the symbols, but the content remains the same. Let me not waste time. Let me ask this question at the end. Now, we live, one of the things that we tiptoe around is the 1994 settlement. We never mention it. And in fact, what is frustrating for some of us, and I'll say it anyway, is that even our understanding and the agenda of transformation is framed around the 1994 settlement. And we think that we can, so our starting point is as per the official policy, this and that. But what does that official policy comes from? It is a direct policy result of the settlement, which tiptoes around the liberation of black people. That's the first problem that I always have. And the question to conclude is, given that we live in an environment that has compromised, is there a hope for an activist radical transformation? Because universities are not islands. And that is what I'm grappling with. Can we achieve radical transformation within universities which are allocated within a compromised and a compromising environment?
I'm glad you asked that question, because it's the key question, really. It is the key question, and I remember, and I got frustrated at the beginning of COVID when we were still doing things online. I made the point that it is not possible for islands of transformation to thrive. We can do certain things, but it can't be real, complete transformation if it is an island. It needs to be part of a system, a national system. There needs to be a national need and a national, what call framework that we're going to follow. For Unisa, for instance, to completely transform, it's just not possible. It won't happen. It needs to be within the right framework, because Unisa depends on public funds in the first place to do what we're doing. But when I asked that question in that platform, unfortunately, I think the people did not understand. They thought that I was saying that Unisa should stop doing transformation activities. No, that's not what I meant. But you're absolutely right. We can't be just a successful microcosm of universities transforming our curricula, doing all sorts of things, and all the other universities and everyone else continues with their lives. It's just not possible. And also the point you were talking about earlier about the Constitution. It is also very important. I found out recently that, in fact, the philosophy of Ubuntu was at the core of the Constitution when it was starting. It was being developed. But Ubuntu was it started going to the periphery all the way. By the time the Constitution was about to be finished, it was a byline at the end, Ubuntu. And it had to happen because Ubuntu is completely inimical, opposite to our constitutions, the values that are embraced in our constitutions. Our constitution promotes largely individual rights. This is completely opposite what Ubuntu is. It's collective rights in Ubuntu, but our constitution promotes individual rights. And that's why it had to be phased, to eventually fall out. And it ended only as a byline in the Constitution. And you see, our Constitution is seen as the best Constitution on the planet, or one of the best on the planet. But who says that? We were told by other people that it is. We never said it ourselves. And they told us. Why? Because it makes their lives better. But I can tell you that Constitution is actually not good for our lives. I listen to community radios and everything. People complain that the Constitution actually disrupts the way they live. That is because it is not compatible with Ubuntu. It is not. The Constitution supports individual rights. It can only function in a capitalist environment. It won't function in other what called. So by embracing it, it also means that tacitly we are also embracing capitalism as our mode. And capitalism and Ubuntu just don't fit. They don't work together. You can't be a capitalist and also be Ubuntu, embrace the philosophy of Ubuntu. So these are all the things that we should, in an educational institution like Unisa, we should tease freely, but it's not happening. It's not happening. Intellectual leadership in the country is by politicians and journalists. Universities are in the background. So I think, Prof, that is what the first thing that we need to do. We deal with these problems. To start talking in the educational institution. This is what educational institutions should be. They should be sentinels of society. This is where we tease concepts. But no, we've sit in the background now. We only discuss in the comfort of our company like this, is what I mean. But it's not something that we do all the time, which we should be doing. We should be doing all the time. Columns in the newspapers should be written by intellectuals in universities and not by columnists. The column is being written by journalists. What's the point of a journalist writing a column? Because journals, they have to follow an agenda, so they will still be promoting the same agenda when they write a column. The columns in the newspapers should be coming from intellectuals in the university, but it's not happening anymore. It used to, but it's no longer happening. So.
Any other question? Yes, ma'am. Prof, and then Dr. Makina and my sister here.
Thank you very much for the insightful presentation, Prof. I'm just worried that the conversations are always, leveled at same things year after year, resulting in actually the numbers that you get in this transformation conference. That's number one. Why am I saying that? I'm just saying, I think gaslighters, they improve themselves at every level. And they work at a higher level than those who are trying to help themselves. And if you don't work at the pace of those who are improving themselves, you are just doing nothing. Because as we sit here, gaslighters are at another level.
True.
I just want to give an example in this institution, that you see that the issue or the agenda of transformation is going through what I call a divide and rule, because gaslighters work with divide and rule. You see, the way we think, it starts with even how we live in communities, where you see that everyone's agenda is to live like the gaslighter. And this is also in our institution here, where if anyone does well, becomes a professor, becomes a doctor, they are looking to marry the gaslighter or the white person.
Yes.
When anyone does very well in educationally, academically, or out there as a black, I'm a mother, and if my son does very well, I know he will bring a white makoti. Because his mind is like, that's how you do well. And it's not because my son is looking for a white girl, but there's divide and rule. They've learned to say, you know what, those who are most intelligent or those who get more money must come to us, and it's done very nicely. And then they cage those people. In this institution, you see that the agenda of transformation is working through divide and rule, because if you look in the institution, transformation agendas lie in so many departments, and so much money is given to individuals. There's a transformation unit, there is transformation in church management, there is transformation. How do you serve an agenda where in an institution you have 10 departments being said they've got a transformation agenda and being funded to do a transformation agenda? I'm asking you. That's the first question. Second question is, even as far as employment is concerned at Unisa, divide and rule and gaslighting has happened actually at a very higher level. That's why I'm saying we are working at a lower level. Because in departments, this thing is going off. When you are supposed to employ people in departments, I'm giving an example, I won't mention what departments they are. One, what happens is, if blacks become professors and they're supposed to be perhaps given higher positions and given higher grades, suddenly there is policy that says there's no need for a person to get a doctorate to get that position, so that the gaslighter can then fit in that sort of a short listing. That's number one. Two, you find that the gaslighter loves those who have got low brains or low ability to think. So you find that normally, sorry to be very abrasive here, white people, if they see that they are intelligent blacks here, they don't want to see them in the department. They work against them. And they work, other blacks to work against those. And then these ones who don't think well, who love the gaslighting and whatever, they are in their circle. If there are promotions, they promote them. That's why we find sometimes professors who sit in front there or who talk in front there who cannot even pronounce English properly or pronounce anything properly or say proper facts because they have been promoted by gaslighters. Those who can do the job, they put them aside. That's divide and rule, that's the gaslighter is doing. And we are still talking about how do we transform, we are talking of racism, you know, we are not at the level of gaslighters. What must we do to go to the level of gaslighters so that we can start to think differently? Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Smangele Shakwan. I like the fact that you spoke about education started birth. I always say it started conception, because when a child is conceived, can hear, I'm from health studies, can hear and then can view what is happening. It's influenced by that. What I would like to know is we are developing a curriculum, and we are developing it in fear of transformation, because there are timelines. How can you transform a curriculum if there are deadlines and you are unable to search for information that is relevant for your context? At the same time, you are asked to transform the curriculum. And I'm saying this because now we have that thing of recycling. I think the previous speaker was talking about building on something. There is that thing of recycling of information, making it fit into our context, and at the same time, translating. There's this issue of translating the study material. And for me, I believe that not transformation. It's just that reusing information that is not relevant for transformation. How can you assist us on that? Thank you.
Let me start with yours, because it's fresh in my mind. And I agree with you, translating content into different languages is not transformation, which I always get worried about in my area of study, which, when I was writing, when my PhD student passed, then there was requirement to try to translate their thesis. And I'm thinking, if this is what is understood by transformation, really, we're still very, very far. Translating into different languages. What transformation is about how we think, how we do things, and how we find solutions. What questions do we ask? It does not matter really what language we use. But unfortunately, that is partly because we have not decided what transformation really is. Because if we knew what translation is, these things will not happen. These things are happening because the people who actually inform and define what we need to do to transform are the gaslighters. That's the problem. They are the ones who actually set the transformation agenda. And of course, it is presented to us by ourselves. That's what gaslighting does. It's always presented by us, but the origin is not us. So we need to deal with that. So, Prof, we know what you're saying. The question was, what is the question again? The question you were asking was the divide and rule. No, but the question was much more pointed than that. Prof? No. Well, the last question you asked was it was very pointed.
Do I remember the last question that I asked?
See, that's why it is not important.
Because I asked it a number of questions to say because you see, it's like I asked it a question on what are we going to do when we have got transformation issues in all departments all over the institution, and we are saying we want to drive transformation where each unit is doing its own thing, thinking in its own thing, and so forth. That was one of the questions I asked. The other one was, we are working slower than the gaslighter.
Oh,
So
right,
how
yes. That is the one
that's
that I
the
wanted
you
to
want.
address, yeah.
Okay.
That's the one I
So
wanted.
they
Because I
want
thought that was the
to-
core one. Because the other one I can't really answer. Because, you see, the university has decided already, these are the units, these are the structures, these are the things. I don't think I can answer that. That's why, when I prepared this, I did not even want to know what the university transformation agenda was itself, because I did not want to be a critique of what is already here. You see what I mean? I wanted my own views. So I won't talk about what the investor arrangements are about transformation and everything. But the one that you're talking about is, which keeps going, what was it again? The gaslighters are more, yes, yeah. The gaslighters are more advanced, yeah. That is quite important, what you're saying, because it's like us here, scientists, academics of all sorts. But have we ever, do you know anyone, a group of black people, academics in South Africa, who have produced a research material where they have critically scrutinized the structural arrangements that the apartheid government put together to make their system work? Have we ever done that? Do you know any publication? I've never seen. Instead, actually, some white academics who will do that for specific purposes. But black people, black academics do not ask questions like that, which is what an Africanized mind should be. The first thing we need, if we want to do transformation, what we needed to do is to first of all undo the apartheid system. To do that, we need to know what made it work. Because it did work for almost a century, for 3 centuries, it's almost a century here, apartheid. But oppression has happened for more than that. Apartheid itself has worked for almost a century. How did they make it work? How did they organize? Because that's what we want to undo. Because sadly, the apartheid structural arrangement still remain. They still remain. Our system of government did not undo the structural arrangement that apartheid did. They only tweaked them. We had 13 departments of education. We've got now 1 department of education. But if you look at education, how it's delivered, who benefits from it, who are the benefits, it's still the same as it was in apartheid. They talk about 2 education systems. One, the urban, the other one is rural. You see what I mean? So what we need to do is, us as academics, we should be proactive. We should talk. We should create forums where we talk about these things and then conduct research. Because that's what we're skilled in. We've got the tools to do research. Why can't we sit down and critically look at apartheid, what made it work, so that we can know which were the core, which are the nodes that were important to destroy them. That's what transformation is about. We can't destroy something we don't know, and we won't know it from studying, because they're not going to tell us what made it work. We must find out. So you're right, they are more proactive. By the time we get to this, they will have, that is because, you see, gaslighting, that's what it has done. It wears you down completely. People will talk about what black people are doing now. They want to be this, they want to do what the gaslighter is doing, whatever. That's because basically people have been worn off. They are tired. They don't want to fight anymore. As a result, the effect of that is that everybody pursue their individual things. And it's not because they're selfish. It's because that's what gaslighting has done. You are so tired. You realize that, if I talked to Prof about this problem, it's going to end as soon as we leave that door. You see what I mean? So I might as well just pursue my own agenda. That's what we're doing. But that is the effect, that you are being, over 100 years we've been worn down by this thing. Now we do not feel the urge anymore. So that's why I say that we need to recognize the state in which we are and then deal with that state first. We're not going to be as diligent as the gaslighter, ma'am, at all, unless we deal with this thing here. As a group, not as individuals. But now, if you ask me how we do that, I don't know. But I think that's something that we need to do. We can go to the mountain and pray as a first. But unfortunately, and we can't, I don't want to get into blaming each one of us, because that's another thing that gaslighting has done, is to make us be concerned with fighting amongst ourselves, blaming prof, and saying, you're the one who's... No, it won't help us, because that is, again, is the fact that we fight about whether whites are racist or not racist, whatever, and it's black people fighting about this. What is the benefit of us fighting about whether white people are racist or not? It's not, but it is the result of what gaslighting has done to us. We need to recognize gaslighting. We don't. We need to recognize and then fight it. Clear it first from our mind. And then we'll be smarter than the gaslighter if we do that. And of course, gaslighters they don't have empathy. If you're a gaslighter, basically, psychologists will tell you they don't have empathy. They don't have feeling. That is why when gaslighting, you talk about African dictator phenomenon, which is an effect of gaslighting. African dictators were actually inserted by the gaslighters in Africa. And the gaslighter says the African dictator is greedy. And the African dictator, all they want is money. So they just give the African dictator money. But that's not true, we all know. The African dictators were inserted after our true heroes were assassinated. They were put there to what called... So the African dictator was offered not only money, but also death, if they don't take the money. So, but what the African dictator phenomenon has done is to exonerate the gaslighters. So our problems in Africa really are not because of the gaslighters. It's because of the African dictators who are irresponsible and hurting their own people, whatever. But the gaslighters are acting through these people that they put here. You see, this is what it does. So, but what do? We also, when Muammar Gaddafi was killed, we agreed with the gaslighter. He was a bad person. He was doing all the sort of thing that he was doing. He was asking for a common African currency. And Libya was declared by the World Health Organization as the 4th happiest nation just a year before he was killed. 4 years before he was killed. So what kind of a monster was that? Was treating their people, were making their people happy, and you're a monster. But when he was killed, we all agreed with the gaslighters, and we celebrated the death of Muammar Gaddafi. So I think that, Prof, we just have to deal with this thing. Because without clearing this, we're not going to get it, wasting our time. We're done.
Colleagues, a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. I repeat again, I always see you very far away getting NRF awards and all this. So it's beautiful to actually hear you at a real, yes, science is also real, but also talking about societal issues and also bringing how science actually solves the societal problems is actually really exciting. Allow me to click this so that this person doesn't go for the next session. So colleagues, thank you so much for engaging Prof. Ntwasa, and thanks to Prof. Ntwasa for coming and joining us in this conference. I would say, like you really mentioned, the issue of all these policies and constitutions and all that, which at the end, Harry Frankfurt said in his theory of bullshit. Yes, people don't like it, but it is a theory. It's a theory of bullshit, and he says in this theory that we have brought in all these so-called policies and constitutions and all that to actually cover the dishonesty that we have in terms of how we want to address inhumanity, discrimination, and oppression. So at the end of the day, if you read that theory, people don't like it because they think it's vulgar. But the truth is that when you read it, you realize how people will put these very nicely dressed documents to actually claim as if they want to change the status quo. But the truth is that they'll put certain bylines which will actually protect them from being questioned for the actions that they've actually carried to dehumanize the majority. So I think that's what you've highlighted, and thank you for that. You have something nice. We are Africans and we are generous.
Thank you.
So just to say thank you, and to remember that on this day you engaged with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we are going to, thank you, Prof. Ntwasa. We are going to move to the next session. There is tea outside. For those that would like to go and get a cup of coffee, just step out, get your cup of coffee and a scone and come back, because we are now starting the next session. And the theme is governance and transformation of institutional culture and gender and transformation in the higher education sector. We have an online presentation. I think they are ready.
No, they're not.
They are not?
No.
Oh, okay. This is good. So what do we do? Do we switch them off or just wait for them?
You can switch them off.
Okay,
Let's
thank you.
go to the next ones, or we can have tea.
And they are
Up to
here?
you. Yeah, the next two speakers are here.
Okay, great
Yes.
stuff. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we are going to move to Dr. Tinyiko Chauke. Are you here? Oh yes, please come. And she's going to be talking about an Afrocentric psychology towards pluriversal possibilities. I also request Professor Grace Kuno to please come in front and sit here and wait for her chance to present also. This is exciting. I'm actually facilitating when the boss is presenting. So I will be timing her very seriously and using all my powers of being a chair. Thank you so much. Colleagues, your questions, please write them down because Dr. Grace, Dr. Tinyiko will present, and then Dr. Kuno will present immediately after her. Then we'll have a discussion afterwards. Thank you very much. Please come.
Sure. Good morning, colleagues. I'm nervous presenting after such a fire presentation. I hope I can do the session some justice. This is my paper. I initially had a different title for my paper, and I changed last minute because I was in a crisis. I felt, how do we demand that a university transform when our own discipline is problematic, and I find it a violent discipline. So my first title was Toward the Transformation of Gender in an Engaged African University. And so I feel that heading is fitting. So to demonstrate my anger with the discipline, I had this in mind. So I'll just give you a few seconds just to read, and I'll proceed. So yeah. Yeah, so so I'm a hater. So this paper is inspired by the University of South Africa's Vice Chancellor, Professor Bleng Linkabula, in her inaugural speech. extract where she calls for a university that is, open quote, receptive to gender transformation for all women of color, marginalized in the past, a move towards addressing gender transformation, close quote. Just to note, this is a reflective paper that I co-authored, or I'm co-authoring with my mentor. Thus, we have elected to focus on Black women since they continue to suffer from triple marginalization, such as race, social class, and sexism. We start this paper by exploring the varied and often contested meanings of transformation in higher education, in academic literature. Scholars note that African higher education continues to grapple with gender inequalities and disparities years into independence. Scholars hold that higher education institutions are blamed for entrenching gender discrimination in their structures. Drawing on decolonial and Africanization perspectives, this paper highlights that South African universities and their institutional cultures do not reflect the knowledges and experiences of staff and students, disregarding their lived realities as Africans. Thus, contemporary South African universities in their cultures continue exacerbating Black academics and students' feelings of alienation. We further critically analyze that the numbers and the statistical figures on accessibility in higher education do not represent a true reflection of the daily experiences of navigating and negotiating the intersections of gender and race. Like their private spaces, women are constantly reminded that they do not belong. As with their formal and informal lives, Black women are forced to navigate and negotiate conflicting issues of gender and equality. Finally, we highlight how the vague definitions of the concept of transformation affirm that perhaps this vagueness serves as an opportunity for higher education to redefine this concept according to their context and in African contexts. To begin the work of addressing gender disparities and Black women's experiences of unbelonging in a gendered university. In this paper, we offer that making the university socially relevant and by localizing the significance of universities being of service to local communities, we can begin the work of gender transformation. In this way, the university recognizes that the intersections of Black women's informal and formal lives contribute to their trajectory in higher education. And here, I briefly talk about my journey as a student in a previously white university. So I will just speak to some of the points here. So when I enrolled in an undergraduate degree at the University of Johannesburg, formerly known as RAU, Rand Afrikaans University, my enrollment came at a pivotal time when RAU changed to UJ, and discourses on transformation were central in discourses for change and inclusivity in South Africa. I had no clue then about transformation agenda, nor the white paper, but the institution name change gave me hope that I would see change and feel a sense of belonging. However, this would not be the case. However, this would not be the case. It was a bittersweet moment for me when I left home. When I had entered university, I was already in debt, and the pressure to complete in record time and to find employment soon after graduation was hard. My family was burdened with high costs of my now new life that I had to assimilate into. This new life represented the everyday reality of navigating the world as a Black woman. An awareness of the glaring gaps of inequalities between African students and white students is what I had to grapple with. And also there were the struggles of forever trying to catch up with my white counterparts. our people's socio-political histories were not considered. This is what I had noticed, and how this influences our trajectory into higher education, and of course, the constant need to catch up. And I also felt that the curricula were removed from my everyday reality and socio-cultural background. There were limited resources. I had to make photocopies in order to get access to textbooks because I could not afford them. And also, I stayed far from campus, implying that I had to catch up because when I get home, I am tired, and still I have a 7 a.m. lecture, and that's not an excuse that our lecturers wanted to hear. The buildings and the people, mainly white and white male lecturers, the language and the institutional culture did not represent nor accommodate me. Instead, I was forced to strive to catch up once again. I felt like an intruder in this ivory tower called the university. Exam papers were presented in English and Afrikaans to, of course, accommodate the white students. Perhaps I needed more English tutorial lessons then. What about isiZulu at the back of the question paper? I felt alienated and removed from my community and their experiences. I now had to assimilate into this new culture if I were to make it. Fast forward a decade later, in my PhD at Unisa, I felt, okay, now I belong, because with Unisa, I could learn remotely. I did not have to see the faces of the white lecturers that would judge me, and I felt, okay, so this is a space where I would belong. And I would hide behind my student number. They would not see whether I was black or white. But I'm guessing my English gave it away. So now in my PhD, I encountered another problem. I was enrolled in the Department of Sociology. And I felt the theories were not representing my people. They were not a representation of my experiences as a black woman that grew up in the rural Mpumalanga. And I had this discussion with my then supervisor. And he said, look, you don't have a choice. This is what we have. Try this. I'm not well versed in whatever you would like to do. So I wanted to explore Africanization, and I also wanted to explore decolonial methods of doing research. After reading about how Smith, who is a decolonial scholar, talks about how research has become a dirty word in our communities, and this is the wrong that I was trying to right as a researcher in this field, and also interacting with the elderly women that were in my study. When I first entered the field as a researcher, the elderly woman said to me, I'm only allowing you to exploit us because you are one of us. Many of you have come to write big reports and you never come back to give us the results. And so we had this back and forth with my supervisor, and he finally said, okay, go and have a chat with the HOD. And the HOD at that time said, no, we don't do that kind of thing here. What is that? We don't do decolonization here. Go to Puleng, go talk to her. She does those kinds of things. So, and she took me by hand. She literally took me to deregister me so I can register for psychology and be supervised by Professor Puleng. And so my encounter with her, I call an awakening, which I will talk to later. And so now I'm on the other side. So I've completed my PhD and I'm now an academic in the academy. As a black woman in the early stages of my academic journey, I have gone from enthusiasm to exhaustion, with pleasures and frustrations at what I seem to have achieved and was unsuccessful in achieving. What I have noted, however, was the deafening silence of black male academics in black academic women's discrimination, vilification, and harassment. Women that are both in executive leadership and those in teaching and research positions. At times, black males are the instigators of these violent attacks on black women's intellectual and leadership capacities, mirroring the everyday realities of Black women in South Africa. These experiences have marked my career trajectory and those of many Black women academics in South Africa's higher education institutions. These negative experiences of Black women in higher education in South Africa have been dealt with in great detail by scholars such as, to name a few, Segalo and Paswana, Mogele, Naika, Devala, Kuno Ietau, and others. These scholars link women's experiences of violence in the academy to their feelings of unbelonging and struggles of progression in higher education. Even more alarming, institutions of higher learning should be carrying the social justice baton, because this is where we assume our leaders are to come from, including the materials that are put out to educate the public. This puts into question the higher education white paper's aspirations of transformation in higher education. As I've already alluded to in this paper, the past holds the potential to construct our realities and to shape our future. We position Black academics and women's contribution in higher education as history in the making, located in existing discourses on theorizing and producing methodologies aimed at disrupting and dismantling patriarchal bias in disciplines and academic institutions. Thus, this paper proceeds with the understanding that higher education institutions, their cultures and practices mirror colonial legacies, presenting knowledges and histories that are gendered and privilege the masculine. In this way, such histories were and continued to be kept alive by marginalizing and erasing Black women and their contributions to knowledge and knowledge production. Additionally, African indigenous knowledges also continue to endure this epistemicide. Santos observes that the erasure of IKS and women's contributions to history-making were deemed irrelevant by historians. Arguably, these two critical elements were excluded and erased from history as they presented a threat to the mission of the colonial project. Furthermore, this reflective paper examines that knowledge production in higher education is replete with power relations, because historically, the university space and the intellectual work were constructed as spaces of those in positions of power, mainly white males. Emerging from these discourses of power and knowledge-making, Asi Lumumba's assessment becomes pertinent in her articulation of the proverb, knowledge is power. In her rendering, in the same way that knowledge equips us to reach well-informed conclusions about the world, it also presents a predicament of who and what can be known and who is permitted to be the knower. As she points out, it is in this way that the power becomes knowledge. It is herein that our contributions as academics and authors become critical to rewrite our histories. Thus, at the heart of this paper is our contribution to understanding our past, how we perform the task of recollection, whom we are tasking to remember, and most significantly, what narratives we want them to remember. And here we speak on women's role and task of knowledge production and history making. Our role as academics and Black African women authors is vital, as our marginalization in higher education converges with the denigration of IKS, which has contributed to the erasure of African women's knowledges and their participation in the production of knowledge and contributions to policy. And here we refer to the COVID-19 crisis, and we question if this is a humbling call for science and higher education. So as COVID gripped the nation and global communities from the end of 2019 until recently, in its reign of devastation, thousands of people were hospitalized and some lost their battle to this pandemic. Lumumba suggests that as the quest for medication and prevention against the virus grew, so did the appreciation of African medication of African medication and prevention against the virus. So, oh, so sorry. Lumumba suggests that as the quest for medication and prevention against the virus grew, so did the appreciation of African indigenous knowledge systems through the utilization of plant-based medicine. For many months, I witnessed giant retail pharmacies, such as Dischem, stocking umhlonyana and mix of other remedies that our grandmothers used for our ailments related to flu, labeling it as such instead of using its scientific name, probably to attract African customers and to target new ones. Lumumba adds that she conducted informal interviews with highly educated Africans from various countries, to which they all agreed in unison and acknowledged the efficacy of plant-based herbal teas, infusions, and potions to prevent and to treat COVID-19 symptoms, thus emphasizing the power of indigenous knowledge systems of healing and agency and the capacity of African women as producers of this knowledge, as most of these herbs and potions are sold by women at informal markets. This is evident in an article by Rasim titled "Only Women Know Trees, Medicine, Women, and the Role of Herbal Healing in Tuareg Culture." Finally, most relevant to the question of women as knowledge producers is the belief that older African women possess more knowledge regarding their medical portions because of their close connection to the land, a space that is not influenced by European inherited systems. Viewing women as history makers and change agents to the status quo, we thus find Mazrui's valuable provocation in his challenge to Africans to recover our histories as a move towards validating our historical and cultural worth, not only for our achievement, but for that of the world. We conclude by asserting that the lack of progress in a complete transformation of South Africa's higher education, as various scholars have argued, is because higher education's transformation has been reduced to a numbers game. This is because quantitative data is undemanding in comparison to individual narratives of students and staff experiences in these institutions. Given these insights, we agree with scholars that the process of transformation should be contextual and history-dependent, and failure to acknowledge this may have dire consequences for the theorizations and implementation of transformation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chauke. Guys, you can be kinder. Thank you. I'll request Prof. Kuno to present, and then we'll have the discussion and questions afterwards. And her topic is Intersections, Theorizing the Experiences of Black Women in the South African Academy. Thank you.
Thank you. Dumelang colleagues, le kae? Mikhona. My title changed. Not a lot. Not a lot. So it's Intersections, the Complex Experiences of Black Women with Privilege and Oppression in the South African Academy. Ke kgathetse, ke tshwere ke boroko. But it's fine, it will survive. Before I get into my talk, I just want to highlight a few things. To illustrate that we are continuing to have challenges in how transformation is implemented in the sector in the country. So, many of you might know that the University of Johannesburg has just appointed another vice-chancellor. The problem I have with this appointment is that it's another man. The second thing that I want us to think about, or that I want to note, is that Wits University is in the process of appointing a dean in the humanities, and they shortlisted 3 men. The sector has a very few number of women vice-chancellors. The sector has very few black women in multiple leadership spaces. I have a big problem with that. And these 2 points that I make around UJ and Wits is very concerning for me. I think it's a very big problem. Why are we here as black women? Why are we here? Why the hell do we do so much work? Who said we just want to sweep and make tea? We want to be in these positions. If you look at the statistics, the higher education statistics, we have more black women or women entering universities. They enter universities, they are enrolled at more than 100,000 as compared to males. Why are we telling our daughters to go to school? So that they can remain poor? Who said we don't have egos? Who said we don't want power? I rest. Now, I go into my paper. Yesterday, Professor Ngubane shared with us that the hiring of women from this continent is problematized in this university, using the argument that they are foreign. The same, she said, is not done when hiring men who are not South African. And then Dr. Bopape mentioned that there has been a new policy on the appointment of foreign nationals. This argument of the foreignness of our brothers and sisters is the focus of my paper today. I want to use this to problematize blackness and see how intersectionality is an important tool in helping us understand the nuances in the black experience. In a Mail and Guardian article by Hugo Kenham titled Afrophobia, the violence of the letter R, he writes, I quote, "Only in the South African context, the foreigner is always African," close quote. Only in the South African context, the foreigner is always African. I have been thinking about this question for years. Why is it so? Why is it that in South Africa, the foreigner is always African? Why do even the most radical Africanists from South Africa find themselves gravitating towards this type of thinking? The foreigner is always African. I want you to hold this question at the back of your mind for the duration of my talk. When thinking about black women in the academy, what does it mean to be a foreigner? And here I mean an African from outside South Africa. I come at these questions from intersectionality, as I also try to make a contribution to reimagining the use of intersectionality in our context. Intersectionality allows us to hold constant multiple intersecting issues of oppression. For purposes of this paper, I will focus on 2 conceptual frameworks emanating from intersectionality. One is that which theorizes on intersectionality. Theorists on intersectionality have already provided detailed discussion on. These theories include Crenshaw, Collins, Meyer and Muller, May, Gola and others, which maintains that intersectionality allows for the interrogation of conventional frames, and thus it challenges and dislodges traditional explanations. This is particularly significant when thinking about black women in the South African Academy. I also like that intersectionality would have us do a more heuristic analysis. That is, it allows us to draw attention to dynamics that are constitutive but generally overlooked or silenced. Like, why is it that in South Africa, the foreigner is always African? For example, in Black academic voices, the South African experience, we recenter as significant the knowledge of Africans as trustworthy knowers. Black academic voices attempts to do away with the traditional injustice of viewing experiences recounted by Blacks, and most importantly, by Black women in particular, as suspicious. To draw attention to those traditionally overlooked and or silenced, intersectionality provides an analytical method that cuts across scales and thus provides a lens to challenge false binaries and illustrate important connections between systems of oppression. This is made possible by the matrix orientation central in intersectionality. Collins says that this matrix of domination is the organizing power of inner society, where specific matrix has a particular arrangement of intersecting systems of oppression, and these systems come together in a historically and socially specific way. Furthermore, Collins suggests that this matrix of domination is made up of 4 domains of power, namely structural, disciplinary, hegemonic, and interpersonal. How these matrices of domination work is fundamental in thinking about why intersectionality is a relevant analytical tool. Big. An important take away from intersectionality, which this paper intends to center, is the notion that there are few pure victims of oppression, and thus no single issue struggles, because there are no single issue lives. This idea is an important one to remember as it challenges the simple theories that have the potential to trap Black women in unsaleable, rigid conceptions. Having said that, I suggest that it is important to be content-specific in our endeavors to understand how the matrices of domination are experienced in different contexts. This is more so for South Africa, given that most knowledge consumed in this country is created from the West with Western contexts in mind. The second conceptual framework that is of interest in making a case for the significance of intersectionality in South Africa is that it teaches us to ask incremental and continuous interrogative questions, thus leaving limited space for self-fulfilling and limiting analytical approaches. One of these self-limiting thinking is that which assumes that Black women experiences are homogeneous. Nash, who offers an illuminating critique of intersectionality, points out that one of the limitations of intersectionality is because of lack of intersectional investigation. As a result, she argues, intersectionality, I quote, projects often replicate precisely the approaches that intersectional theorists critique. Close quote. At a decolonial feminist workshop I attended in Brazil a few years ago, the critique launched against intersectionality at that workshop was the fact that it is a theory born of the West, and that its ability to move across national borders is similar to American culture and the American dollar. Therefore, because it can move so swiftly, because it's American, it tends to override contextual theories or theories from the South. Nash, in her illuminating critique, also suggests that one of the fundamental limitations with intersectionality has been its tendency to ignore the intimate connections between privilege and oppression. She argues that this tendency to ignore how subjects might be both victimized by patriarchy and privileged by race it also ignores the ways in which subjects might take pleasure in some of the trappings of patriarchal power. In the article, the Mail and Guardian article that I mentioned by Kenham, he writes about these disconnections, these connections, these trappings between oppression and privilege, where South Africans like xenophobia, where South Africans, might benefit from xenophobia, where they might be silenced when they should be speaking. My interest in using intersectionality to understand the experiences of Black women in the academy is because, like Nash, I see the opportunities that intersectionality can provide in our effort to conceptualize Black womanhood from the vantage point of difference. Nash captures this idea thus, open quote, conceptualizing Black womanhood as its own contested, messy terrain requires that intersectionality's theory abandon its commitment to sameness, what Rinaldo Walcott has termed a regime that trades on the myth of homogeneity, close quote. Thinking from homogeneity, we all know provides some comfort. For example, when the enemy is clearly out there, then we can focus our energies on it. For example, apartheid. Unfortunately, in post-1994, after 1994, we had to grapple with our heterogeneity as Blacks. My work on the Black middle class shows how these differences manifest. As a middle class woman, I am clearly blind to the everyday experiences of working class women, Black women. Understanding and appreciating this difference is important for how I theorize, for how I make decisions. In this paper, I use the work of Batisai to make the argument for the usefulness of intersectionality in the South African Academy. In her chapter in Black Academic Voices, Batisai shares that, open quote, the self-reflective exercise that she does in her chapter, which is biographical, unpacks my race, gender, nationality, class, and socioeconomic identities in ways that illuminate how transformation contours can be mapped through intersecting subjective positionalities, close quote. This chapter by Batisai problematizes the notion of homogeneity of experience by Black women in the South African Academy. It thus provides us an improved intersectional analysis, which, according to Nash, is because, open quote, it considers the differences between Black women producing a potentially uncomfortable disunity that allows for a richer and more robust conception of identity, close quote. If we don't go to the uncomfortable, we will continue to tinker in the margins. To do this uncomfortable work, I want to speak to how bringing back difference is useful in thinking about the nuances of Black women's experiences in the academy. The racial and gendered inequalities experienced in the academy have been debated and written about in many geographical contexts. What remains interesting is that Black women throughout the world share important experiences of exclusion and marginalization. So as I go into difference, I also want to hold constant the fact that Black women the world over experience similar exclusions and marginalizations. This is not only true with regards to exclusions of Black women as knowledge producers, but with regards to Black women in different parts of the academic structure. In South Africa, research on the experiences of Black women is only gaining ground now. And many of these studies echo the arguments by Rabe and Ruganan, who argue, I quote, that the imbalances of race and gender do not seem to have disappeared. The first 2 points I raised at the beginning of my talk, the problematic processes of excluding and ignoring us. We are here, people. We are here. The conversation must change. The decision making must change. We are here. And we are going nowhere. And we will not stop talking. I want to add here that with the democracy and seemingly opened up of our borders to those in the continent, and I say seeming, note that, it's intentional. We seem to have opened them up to our African brothers and sisters. So with this seeming opening up, we see for the first time historically hidden sides of difference for blacks, and we must engage with them. As uncomfortable as they are, we must engage with them. Okay. In the introduction, lang unsettler. Okay. In the introduction chapter of the book, Black Academic Voices in the South African Experience, it is made clear how black women grapple with intersecting matrices of power in their experiences in the academy. Furthermore, the chapter indicates that black women are not mere consumers of knowledge, but active knowers and knowledge producers. From this starting point, this talk will engage with how these historically excluded knowers create their knowledge of the academy as an uninviting space. I want to make a case for the argument that black women can see and decipher power. Ralebona. Magubani, in her piece Ethnography, showcases a side of knowledge. Okay, Magubani 2000 shows how the idea of blacks as lacking the capacity to see or recognize racist and sexist reality is an act to objectify them and continue racism and the exclusion that comes with it. This notion of the inability to recognize racism, sexism, Afrophobia is also quite visible in the academy. How does Vets justify not shortlisting black women for their dean position in the humanities now, in this context? Do they think they can still make the argument that they don't have enough black women who qualify? What is their justification? Are they able to sleep at night? I'm standing here and speaking because I want to haunt them. I want them to know that we can see what they are doing. And we are making a note of it. And okay, no, let me not go there. The first example that I want to focus on is that of Professor Batisai's chapter. The chapter is titled Black and Foreign, Negotiating Being Different in the South African Academy. In this chapter, Batisai captures succinctly how as a black woman, she's othered because of her foreignness. She writes from a feminist standpoint and argues that her writing standpoint is informed by Kola, who asserts that a feminist standpoint is when we do not write back to white feminists, to colonialism, to patriarchy, to apartheid. But the intention of our writing is to refashion the world in exciting ways where the difference within is not a threat, but a source of energy. She further shares that when stitched together, the intersecting subjective identities alluded to above do not merely constitute her biography, but they are profound lenses for exploring multiple systems of exclusion in the academy and through which transformation could be imagined, understood, and eventually realized. Her chapter captures her experiences at UCT. She shares the following initial experiences which marked her entry into the South African Academy. When I graduated with my PhD, she writes, in 2013 at UCT, exactly a year before South Africa celebrated 20 years of democracy, we were only 2 African graduates from Zimbabwe and Ghana. Reflecting on these statistics, I asked myself, what happened to my Black South African counterparts? And it immediately dawned on me that my experience as an other in the academy should shape the long journey of transforming higher education institutions in South Africa. This is big. This observation is huge. And it opens up all avenues and possibilities for conversation that are humanizing. Batisai went on to decline participation. So in 2019, we were launching the book. We were doing one of the many launches of the Black Academic Voices. And then Batisai declined at the last minute. She had initially agreed to participate, and me and her, because we worked at UJ and we shared the same corridor, we would discuss, the upcoming launch with excitement. At the time of the launch, we were dealing with xenophobic attacks in Gauteng. It was really difficult times with heightened violence that then moved to other parts of the country. Newspaper articles at the time carried the following title, Xenophobia in South Africa, What Happened to Ubuntu? There were many of them. I mean, if you Google the news at the time, Xenophobia, South Africa's 10 worst attacks ever. Xenophobia has reared its ugly head again in the Rainbow Nation, and African nations have had enough. The headlines are multiple, and some of the pictures that accompany them illustrates the types of violence experienced at the time. So Professor Batisai sent me an email indicating that as much as she wanted to attend, she felt unsafe. I didn't feel unsafe. The other contributors to the book didn't feel unsafe. The room was full, people were there, we had the launch. But it ate at me that she was not there, and that the reason was because she was afraid, because she felt unsafe. She was a Black woman in the South African Academy. And I think for the first time, this question of why foreigners are African in this country, are always African, it came at me. It came at me. Okay, I'm trying to rush. In her chapter, she reflects thus about why she invokes the Black foreign conception to frame her story. I quote, I argue that the experiences of Black foreign academics are noteworthy. One might ask why the category Black and foreign and its realities matters in South Africa's higher education transformation narrative. The category matters because when the definition of Black in higher education transformation discourses is restricted only to Black South African academics, it misses the struggles and testimonies of Black foreign academics. Writing from experience and observation, I strongly believe that stories of how Black foreign academics navigate the higher education landscape in South Africa are an inroad into insightful discussions about transformation at large. I agree. The Black foreign or African foreign frame is important as it makes many of us uncomfortable and thus makes it possible for us to ask transformative questions. The differential experiences of Black women migrants and nationals is a case in point. Most recent research on migration illustrates that Africans who migrate within the African continent find themselves in a precarious position as compared to nationals and migrants from elsewhere, usually white migrants. And we don't see white people as migrants and foreign. In this context, their foreign other status confers unequal access to privileges, others who could be mistaken to have similar experiences as they have. Before the launch, I assumed that myself and Batisai were the same, Black women, academics, middle class. I had not accounted for her foreignness. To be defined as foreign African is being reduced to being incompetent and unwelcomed. South Africa has seen a number of knowledge workers from outside the continent for generations, and none of these players have been called out for being incompetent and or unacceptable because of their foreignness. This is not because they had sterling reputations and competencies, but the silences on their problematic management styles was because they were mainly white and male. In conclusion, I want to suggest that even though intersectionality complicates sameness and difference with regards to oppression, it remains an important tool for centering the interconnectedness in Black women's struggles and continues to be an important tool for justice action in our world. This becomes more so when thinking about the struggles of Black women from a decolonial perspective. The move away from the single-axis analysis that Crenshaw and many feminist writers once against is useful in facilitating the discontinuity of coloniality. Coloniality is the glue that interlinks the oppressions experienced by Black women generally and in the knowledge creation space. In our attempts to understand the experiences of Black women in South Africa, in the South African academy, Kikuwa suggests that it's important to, I quote, avoid the trap of homogenizing Black women experiences in ways that do not account for intersectional nuances. At some point in the paper, in conclusion, Batisai makes the following assertion: my controversial positionality opens a can of worms that allows those interested in questions of belonging and the politics of exclusion to engage in progressive conversations about transforming South Africa's higher education landscape. She's making an important assertion here that if we are going to do work with lasting impact on the lives of our institutions and our people, we have to ask the uncomfortable questions and recognize where we would open ourselves up for learning. I have claimed in this paper that intersectionality provides multiple possibilities for us to do so. Ke a leboga.
Another round of applause for her. I must actually apologize that we had to keep on disturbing you. We thought there'll be no online presentation, then now they're available. So, colleagues, we are going to move to Wakari and Prof. Getnet, who are going to be presenting on higher education governance system in pre- and post-COVID era in an Ethiopian university. President's institutional culture experiences, challenges and future demands, a phenomenological approach. Please keep your questions. I know you are excited about xenophobia, and personally I always say that sometimes I wonder if there was ever xenophobia when we know that at a certain point people were paid to cause wars between IFP and UDF. So whenever there is chaos, I always doubt and wonder if someone has paid for that chaos to happen. Are they ready? So we're going to engage after this online presentation. Are they ready? Okay. You can start.
Yeah, just present the slide. Show. Please the screen. Yes, please.
Okay. Hi, Dinosa, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Maximize the screen for me. Can you do that,
You can present
please?
now. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I can maximize it for me, the screen. Yes.
Is it fine now?
Yeah, it's fine now.
Okay.
What else shall I make? The video? It's okay? Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Yeah, to the front page, please, once.
What?
Yeah, front page, please.
Can't you control it yourself?
Yeah, I can't because from here I couldn't.
Okay, fine. I'll control it for you then.
Sorry. Okay.
Sharing rights. Can you please give us the sharing rights? Cook.
You can start meanwhile.
Yeah. Yeah, the screen was disappeared. The screen disappeared.
Then let him present because if your mic is on, it's going to feedback.
You can present it from your side.
Yes, slide, please. Right. Thank you so much. I'm proceeding, right? Yes. Yes, please.
Please proceed.
Okay, just make back to the title, please.
If the title, can you
Thank-
use your own slides from that side so that we can move?
Yeah, I can't from here. That's why I emailed you because of the device couldn't support. So let me proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And my name is Duresa, and Fatene is professor at Addis Ababa University. And we have conducted this study entitled Higher Education Governance System in Pre- and Post-COVID Era in an Ethiopian University. The main issues that were treated in this is the leadership institutional culture, in focusing on the top leadership experience and the challenge that they have encountered during the management of the COVID, and the future demands. What does the future demand is with this regard, and the higher education in general in the future? Please, next. Next, please. Yeah, so with this, as the paper demands, the context of this paper, and again also this conference, is
Please carry on. Colleagues, allow me
Yeah,
to...
typically, sorry, I think connection. Fourth industrial revolution is characterized by as an integration and the compounding effect of multiple technologies to the level of exponential technology. This includes the issue of artificial intelligence, biotechnology, nanomaterials, and even it goes to the issue of development of synthetic organisms, like the issue of printing life from the DNA by using computers and the bioprinted. These are high-level technologies which the fourth industrial revolution is demanding, including manufactured using the robotic assembly lines of this time. So the fourth industrial revolution, it directly shows that there are first industrial revolution, there are also the second, the third, and then we are in the fourth. This 21st century time is over there. So it is within this climate that we are going to assess the COVID management, and again also how we have managed the pandemic, and where are our higher education in Africa in general, and more specifically, this study has designed only for in Ethiopian context as a case study of Aramaya University, which is found in the eastern part of the country. Please proceed. Next. Yeah, so the fourth industrial revolution, as I rightly tried to mention, it has passed through this stage of of the first stage, which deals with mechanization through the system engine. The second industrial revolution also as a background goes with the mass production through electric energy. The third goes to the
Hi, Prof, can you hear us?
the fourth industrial revolution goes with the issue of big data, and it also goes with the issue of cloud computing, the issue of intelligence, and as I've said, of artificial intelligence, and other issues are going. So the fourth industrial revolution is dealing with the issue of intelligent information society, the issue of digital transformation, okay, and the issue of even the 5G wireless network, which has a very high capacity of performing, almost as it says, is almost 70 times faster than the 4G. So with this context, our higher education institutions will be assessed, and where are the African and my institution in particular, how it is operating and existing, how was the issue of COVID-19 managed, were the issues that we are going to deal and assess with this framework. Please. Yeah, the other issue is with this regard, then educating then in the fourth industrial revolution is then characterized one by fusion and application of emerging technologies. Of course, in Ethiopian curriculum, there are issues which were included very recently as saying the emerging technologies, but how much these emerging technologies were put into action is again also the main issue that we are going to deal with it and see it. The other issue is there are breakthroughs in the artificial intelligence. Issue of artificial intelligence, there are institutions are being established here in our country, the issue of artificial intelligence, and it is a mandatory, inevitable that we have to go accordingly. There are issue of automation and the robotics, and then the multiplied by the far-reaching connectivity between billions of people with mobile devices, with unprecedented access to data and the knowledge. This indicates that this is a kind of the fourth industrial revolution characteristics by that. Therefore, Ethiopia, and again including Africa, and again the whole continent as a wallet, we have faced the pandemic has touched every corner of the world, and the COVID-19 and the higher education. When we see with this, the COVID-19 pandemic has created, as literatures indicate, the largest disruption in the education system in history. Many presentations, many research papers were done and published in this regard, affecting nearly 1.6 billion learners in more than 190 countries and almost in all continents it mentions. Therefore, closure of school and other learning spaces have impacted 94% of the world's student population, up to 99% in low and lower middle income countries. This is a fact that is being made by different forums. So with this, beyond the death toll, the illness of millions of people due to COVID-19, businesses, including education, have had to cope with the severe disturbances. And one could argue that higher education students are among the most affected population, those particularly who are initially also under serious problem due to equality and inequity problem. Education in Africa and higher education in Ethiopia is among the severe institutions that we can mention. So it is with this statement that the closure of higher education was more widespread. Mitigation measures were again also less effective than again also in other regions. So this is what the survey conducted in 21 countries in the African context in general, that is indicated and conducted as and published in the OECD Timely magazine. Yeah, so in our analysis, pre-COVID-19 African higher education institutions were initially put as almost about 47% of this developing country population used the internet compared to the 87 of the developed country population before COVID as a scenario, okay? So COVID-19 and Ethiopian okay, Gabero, Wendesen, rightly indicates, okay, there are poor pre-COVID. The fact is poor infrastructure facility is there, one. The second one is the internet or electronic media becomes unthinkable because of
Hi, Prof. Are you there?
Okay, colleagues, can you then clap for our Ethiopian presenter? Unfortunately, Ethiopia does not have reliable internet connection, and I think that's the point he was trying to make, that, you know, with COVID, online learning is actually impossible because most of their population does not have access to internet. But I would think, you know, we have been there. It's not just access to internet, but also the question is about the reliability of that internet. As you could see, we just couldn't connect properly. So we are sorry about that, but I think I commend the transformation team for trying to be inclusive and have an international audience. Yeah, thank you so much. So I think I'll open the floor for comments and questions to Dr. Chauke and Professor Kuno. They presented their papers, and I know that you have some burning issues that you would like to raise. So the floor is open just before lunch. I think we have some minutes before you eat. Questions are open and welcomed. Questions, comments? Yes, Prof?
Yeah, it's still messed up, Prof. So just for the
Yeah.
record.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I welcome prayers to arrive there. It is much more of a comment and a challenge to all of us. I was really moved by the story of Dr. Chauke, and asking myself, and thank you, Doctor, for sharing your story. I was really moved as you were sharing it. And I said to myself, this is a story of many other black students, and in particular black women, young black women. And here is my reflection and my comment and challenge to all of us. As I understand you well, your moving out of sociology was as a result of the response that your approach does not fit an established and accepted canon. In the University of South Africa, which out there is known and assumed to be the leader of decolonial school. How ironic and painful that a department within this university told you that. But also, it is a reflection. I ask myself, how many more have gone through that? And Dr. Bopape, I ask myself, what is it that we are doing within the DLT when these kind of experiences are felt, the lived experiences of many other students who may not be as quote unquote, and I'm using that reservedly, like Dr. Chauke, who was able to find a place and a hearing elsewhere within the university. How many more are literally ejected out of the academic space, a space that is supposedly about openness and a flourishing of many ideas and schools of thought. And what are we doing about that? Because for me, it is one thing for us to sit and reflect and produce papers and be known out there. But praxis is what should be at the center of a progressive academic space. And do we have a platform for the ventilation and the redressing and addressing of such experiences as Dr. Chauke's? But also what we are not thinking is she might have, quote unquote, and I'm using it reservedly, please forgive me, Dr. Chauke, she might have survived that. But what are the scars left on her to have been ejected out of a discipline that might have been her first love, to go to another. And I think for me, we need to reflect and in closing, one of the things is also that it is not only the ejecting that is at place, but also the gatekeeping, the exclusion. And I have raised this question many times with my colleagues when we hear that masters and doctoral students are turned down because there are no supervisors. And what is that? Why don't we, when we do not have a supervisor and a person or on paper qualifies and say, we do not have a supervisor, but we will send out an invitation to possible supervisors out there who might have the interest and the experience of the field that we want to work. But no, at Unisa it is not working like that. We do not reach out, and I think it's something at a policy level that we need to look at and say, no student will be turned down on the basis that one, he or she does not fit the canon that we understand, and two, that he or she may not have an internal supervisor, even if that person must be supervised by somebody outside. Such a student would be welcome. And I think it is a challenge for all of us, not only to theorize about transformation, but to begin doing it. So it's a challenge to the deans and CODs who might be here and other people who are in masters and doctoral committees. Thank you. I know that my my intervention is not that academic, it's much more practical. But for me, just doing, having academic reflections without practice is something else. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for that reflection, because for me also what it says is maybe at that time there was just lack of leadership from that department. I'm sorry to say, but it's the truth. Because the normal thing that happens is that if you don't have someone that is knowledgeable in that field, you then call others from other departments, so you can keep the student registered in their favorite discipline, but get other people to supervise. And it's unfortunate that Unisa is supposed to be open, flexible, accessible, and all these things that come with ODL. But when we have leaders that have not been inducted as leaders, then we'll have these problems. Equally, what Prof. Ntwasa was mentioning, the whole issue of questioning, how the department is run, can only be done by people that are knowledgeable and they have the skill of what it means to be a leader. It's not just about approving memos, but it's about also going deep into your department and how it's functioning and seeing how it can be transformed. So maybe as part of this conference, we could suggest that when people become CODs and get into middle management, they should actually get some kind of training, because most people don't know what it means. And that would include all these issues of how to transform your department academically and also administratively. Thank you. Prof.
I wanted partially to answer, to give a partial answer to my brother, since I was also part and parcel of the CODs before. I don't know how old was this problem of our sister there, but as far as I know, right now, particularly also with the new vision of the new VC, but it has been there, it was only that it was not very much applied. We've got the so-called inside-out form. You purchase it on the what you call, if you don't find it, you can check it with the HR people. This allows us to can use any person who is inside the university, even from another department, to come and supervise with us. And then this person can co-supervise with an expert from outside for the sake of having someone from inside. So those are the things that I think logistically it's all about knowing how to do it and so on. But I know it has been done in many ways. I've been doing it myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Sipokazi and then Prof. Ntwasa.
I want to put a question to Unisa. Unisa, I think, is a very, very important institution. And I think, as you said, it's a very, very important institution. And I think, I think,
There we go.
Yeah, that one, yeah.
It's okay. Good morning. Thanks so much. I'm wondering if Prof. Grace, but I think Dr. Tinyuka as well, because she's in the psychology field, if you are able to perhaps comment, but I also think that maybe my question might be a bit violent to the two of you to expect you to comment, but I'll put it there and you will decide. On how institutions work on the psyche of those who do transformation work as a way of A, killing their bodies, getting them tired, shutting them out, and then them getting to say, once you're tired, Prof. Grace, they're like, wow, we had a black woman leading A, B, and C, she couldn't handle it, right? And I mean, of course, the corporatist nature of the institution is that it's going to reject how intersectional and holistic things happen in the world and affect our day-to-day basis. So particularly you're referring to the Black Academic Voices book launch, Batisani saying, there's this happening nationally that is affecting my ability to perform at work. And how institutions are going to obviously say, well, that's not part of what we pay you for. But her livelihood is also affecting the way in which she gets to do academic work or just being in the workplace. And how then that could have an impact in her visibility, her performance, her participation in future academic work, in future collaborations, and so forth and so forth. And therefore it hampers the sustainability of that particular academic in the space. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Prof. Ntosa. Any other questions, colleagues? Please just raise your hand. We are trying to get all the questions because they have to come here to respond so that I can go back. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade. Thank you, Prof. Mwani. For mine, it's really a reflection, but I would be happy if Prof. Kuno could also reflect on what I'm reflecting on. And it's got to do with this so-called xenophobia thing. Because, see, what worries me a lot in South Africa is how, and this became very clear during the COVID time, how one person can seed an idea and then the whole nation follows, uncritically. And this one particularly worries me about, because what that does then is that it hides the core of the problem. And we are unable to tackle our things because we are looking at the surface and the core of the problem is actually hidden. And also our responses are different. And the point that Prof was making earlier about divide and rule, that's what is happening, in my view, when it comes to xenophobia, because it is true that our foreign brothers and sisters are being used by a certain sector in our society to divide us. I mean, here at Unisa, there are colleges where everybody from associate professor upwards is foreign or white.
Yes.
Now, we can't ignore this and be sentimental about it and say, oh no, we're being xenophobic if we challenge that. No, I don't think so, because that's not being xenophobic. It's being, you cannot marginalize the South African working class and expect stability. When you drive around here, you see South African men, old men, sitting at robots, waiting for someone to come and pick them up and exploit their labor. These are South Africans. And then you go to a filling station, you go to a supermarket, you go to a restaurant. All you see there is our foreign brothers and sisters. Now, you have marginalized your own working class, and you expect stability? It does not make sense. And I don't see where xenophobia is there. We've been with our foreign brothers for a long time without any resentment. Why suddenly? And are we saying that it's the people who have been marginalized from their work, from the labor that's been marginalized must be quiet and be,
am happy with this. I'm not sure if the people who are doing this, I don't think they're doing it, they're doing it by mistake. I think it's by design. Because I know that there are certain universities here where it was very hard for black academics to find tenured position, but it was very easy for foreigners. And it made those universities, very specific universities, who were doing this. And I don't think it was just happening because black South Africans did not apply, or foreigners only applied. It was because it was making it, they were fulfilling what the government was doing, what the government wanted for the correct demographics. So you just needed to be black, basically. But you can't be South African black because you're a problem to deal with. You see what I mean? We cannot deny that, because if we deny, then we can't solve it. People don't want to talk about it. It's clear white universities in South Africa have done this for a long time and kept black academics in the periphery and put foreign black people in the positions because basically they wanted to appear. They were playing games with transformation, in other words, to put it very clear. White universities have been playing games with what called using our foreign. The only problem is our response to that. When our political organizations start to go and attack our brothers in the cities and say we are foreigners and then attack, what do they hope to achieve by doing that? When the problem is not those. The problem is the people who employ these people. That is the problem, is the people who employ illegally. Because some of the people that are employed are illegally employed and they do not have the papers, but they are therefore exploitable and abusable, without any, they can't join unions, but those are the people that our political organizations should be targeting. Not targeting, how do you expect people who are offered a job to say, I can't take the job because I'm foreigner? How do you expect them? So it does not make sense for me to attack people, foreign people, and hope to get rid of this thing. When you know that the people who employed them deliberately in order to exploit them, and they actually have a reason also for doing that, because now they are happy we are fighting amongst ourselves. So I'm saying that for us to be seeded with the word xenophobia, which then completely clouds our judgment, and we can't see things properly, and therefore we can't get to the core of the problem, and our responses are also distorted. I think that we need to learn to be critical about things that are thrown into the public space, ideas that are thrown in the public space, because it's become so easy to manipulate our by using this kind of approach, where they just throw in the media, they seed a word, and then we all follow it uncritically. So I would like to hear your views there.
Thank you, Prof. Ntosa. Dr. Khope, any other question, please raise your hand, then I can hand over to them.
Thank you very much. I'll start with comments. I think it's just comments and questions. I'll start with the first speaker, Tinyiko. Well done on your brave journey. I think your presentation is a good example of how Africanization, indigenization of scholarship, how the journey should be. And I really need to commend you on that journey. And I think as well, I want to comment on your presentation how it also illustrated how Big Pharma suddenly or recently is showing interest in African medicine, umuti. And there's a term that is being used, integrative medicine, often combining complementary medicine and complementary and alternative medicine with Western medicine. But you'll find that the argument that we need to contest is that this is promoted, but at the helm, what is being promoted is this Western medicine, while this African medicine is still inferiorized. So I really need to commend you on that. My second question is to Prof. Kuno. Thank you for that insightful, wow, as always, you always shake our bodies and minds. It's on the dynamics of xenophobia, the categorization of who is a foreigner and who is not. A foreigner in South Africa being a black person, black foreigner. I think we have also observed recently the operations and emergence of the Operation Dudula, the movement, which was not there back then in the 90s. And my question is, how can we perhaps problematize this with the ideation of Africa, the continent, and the borders that divide us? Could we perhaps think that there are links to this and the mentality of always referring to our fellow brothers and sisters as foreigners and leaving out others as just normal human beings? And so my question is, could the borders that divide us also be problematic in that? And my other comment or question, we have a scientist in the room, our keynote speaker, is how do we create prototypes of your like? How do we create other great, how do we create your prototypes or those who think like you? And on the dynamics or intersections of women, my question is it fashionable, or how often do women promote other women? How fashionable is that? And on the last comment, I think the gods of technology were with us on the final day of the conference, perhaps affirming to us what Motwa says, we must reject the robot-like world. I'm not saying we should reject fourth industrial revolution altogether, but perhaps something is talking to us. Do we increase the bandwidth of internet of things, internet, so forth and so forth? This made me reimagine the Setswana word that says kopano ke matla. If we stand in solidarity, kopano ke matla, we can even sense the warmth of us as Africans, as human beings, together in unison. Yes, and I will take a pause there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Oh, yes, my sister at the back.
السلام عليكم. أسعد الله نهاركم بكل خير. أنا هناء من السودان، من جامعة السودان المفتوحة. أولاً عايزة أشكر الجامعة والديبارتمنت إنها دعتني للمؤتمر ده وأحضره، وعايزة أشكركم كلكم كده على إنكم أنتوا موجودين وبتناقشوا في موضوع جميل. Okay. I mean to begin with this statement. Do you understand me?
No, we don't understand
Except
Arabic.
Assalamu alaikum. Except Assalamu alaikum. Yes, this is a challenge. This is the main challenge of transformation in all over Africa, especially in Sudan. I spoke Arabic. We have 6 or more than 6 slang language in my country. The people there are not understand anything about Arabic language, and they cannot understand how to transform from their slang language to Arabic. How can we transform our education or any discipline to improve our country or to improve the people who are not know to speak in another language? This is a challenge in my country. And I realized that here in South Africa, there is the same problem here. In some places, there is a different language. So I think besides the language, there is another challenge is that stand behind the difficulty of transformation in education or any disciplines. Economic crisis and the poverty all over Africa. Also, Africa is not going in one voice. There is no connection between the part of Africans. I know here in South Africa, some people are not know where is Sudan and how the people in Sudan and what is the language that Sudanese are talk about, and there are many, many, many examples like Sudan. This is my comment, and I thank you, the Department of Leadership, for inviting me to attend this conference. Thank you for all.
Thank you so much for sharing your Sudanese experience. You'll be surprised, some of us have been to Sudan because open distance learning universities are all over Africa, and as part of the African Council for Distance Education, we actually have been to Sudan and we have interacted with Sudanese. Thank you so much for your participation and your question. I'll take the two profs, and because we have time, just questions, and then we can get their responses. Thank you so much.
Again, mine is not a question for now, but it's just a small comment that I wanted to make. I heard the word xenophobia is flying all over around here, but when we look at the practice that is happening, for me, it's more of Afrophobia than xenophobia, because if things are not going to the other color, which I don't want to talk about for now, it definitely means I can term it Afrophobia for myself. Why do I say this? The reason being, the moment I term it Afrophobia, then I relate so well with what I always grumble about, if I have to use that very strong term, of saying we have too much of self-hatred than loving ourselves. And when we talk about transformation agenda, before we love ourselves, I think, Prof. Twasa, what you were saying, it moves me very much, because before we love ourselves, I think we're just bluffing ourselves. Maybe it's another way of making money if we talk about transformation or decoloniality, if ever that is the case, if there is a money that is made out of that. But if it is about the truth transformation, we cannot start from outside, we must start from within. That's my understanding. If we start loving ourselves, we'll love how we operate, and then how other people who look like ourselves are. And then that will be a good starting point. There's another thing which Prof. Twasa, I like the way he mentioned the gaslighting, because it also talks to this thing. I remember, not far from here, but I won't mention the place, whether it's west or east or south or north, I won't mention. Another gaslighter has just opened. If we don't know the dynamics, one lady was just mentioning from up there, she's no more there, she left, that the gaslighters are more advanced than we are. They are always advancing themselves. When we are talking here, they are somewhere also discussing more advances than we are making here. He opened a very big farm for himself, and only for foreign people who are coming, African people who are coming from these different parts of Africa, they are putting their sharks inside. So you see how he is trying to tell that those ones of yours do not love you, but I at least love you. And this will spark all these kind of things, but those are the dynamics that we are not there to see, and they cause even more complex, the situation more complex. And now we are finding ourselves saying, this one is xenophobic and whatsoever, but we don't, there are a lot of dynamics. What I wanted to mention is, there are a lot of dynamics that are at play around these things. And if we don't dig out and find out all these dynamics, we'll always see the surface, but we won't get the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you, Prof. I had the unfortunate responsibility of being the lead writer of the draft policy on the higher recruitment and employment of foreign nationals. And you'd remember when we presented it, and even now, I know that there are two divergent points. There are those who are saying this might be xenophobic, and there are those who are saying this is too soft. And we have been grappling with that ever since. But when we went into that, we also had to look into some history and theoretical underpinnings of this, and so on. I'll try to be short. And what comes out, I want to join on where Prof. Ndwasa came in, is that universities during the transition deliberately started to hire in foreign nationals. It was a deliberate practice. And what has developed also, and I'm saying this so that we start to problematize, our brothers and sisters, instead of being encouraged to also grow the timber in South Africa, they started to recruit other students from others. And that then gave a false impression of the racial component of students at postgraduate level changing to also become black. And that is still continuing to this point. And I'm saying that we need to problematize that practice that continues. And when you challenge that, then the retort, which is very simplistic, is that because of the notion of area studies, that I understand South Africa better when I'm lecturing at Oxford, and therefore it is natural for me to recruit students from South Africa. And I think that is one thing. But at another level, I want to say, and adding on what Prof has said, we also need to look at how capitalism works. Capitalism operates by taking advantage of the fissures in society. So it will take advantage of race, it will take advantage of gender. And where there is a racial fissure to take advantage of, capitalism will hit on that. For instance, to maximize profits, it creates, it feasts on the precarity of foreign nationals, knowing that it is going to create a conflict in there. So I think the question is not whether we have a problem of the movements which are misdirecting their energies, but we need to go deeper into the causes of what we are having. And unless we address the causes, we'll only address mainly and be concerned mainly with the symptoms of death. And I just wanted to contribute to what the profs are saying, that let us also look into what are causing these things, other than simply. So, for instance, it is not, black South Africans won't be xenophobic against white Europeans, because capital has taken advantage of the race question in South Africa. You get my point. We'll never have a problem with people from Asia and also Europe, because we have not resolved the national question and the social question in the country. And it will then manifest itself along those lines.
Thank you so much for your engagement. May I also ask my own question? Prof. Kuno, I like that you're raising the issue of exclusion of women, but I would also want to add the exclusion of people that are differently abled in leadership positions. We have very highly educated people, either blind or whatever other disability, and we do not see them in our leadership positions. What is happening? Then the other issue is, how then do you suggest we get these so-called excluded communities from leadership to be considered? The nice thing about the previous generations is that they were quite noisy. If anything was happening, they would go out and make noise and whatever. What has happened with us as academics? We can see injustices. What is it that you are doing physically? And unfortunately in South Africa, they only see you when you go out and make noise. Why don't we do that as academics? I'll allow you to come, Dr. Chauke, and respond, and then after that, Prof. Kuno. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think most of the questions were directed at Prof. And so, no, I'm off the hook. I just would like to reflect on my colleague's comment on how I survived, or if I've survived my experience in that other department. Truthfully, I haven't. It's a healing process for me. It completely destroyed me and my personhood. As I mentioned, I ran away from psychology because that experience in itself was dehumanizing for myself as a black child coming from a poor background. If some of you know, the MA clinical process is extremely dehumanizing. For me, it felt like you were in the idols competition. Every day someone goes home and your future is in someone's hands. So some of us were told, you're too boring, you don't belong here. Oh no, we decided to pick this guy because he's got actuarial maths and you just have social work, or you just have psychology. And so I viewed the MA clinical process as a perpetual waiting room, because you keep waiting to be chosen. And in your journey, you meet people who've been applying for 10 years and they don't know what is wrong with me, why won't they pick me? And so when I came into sociology in 2015, that's when I was rejected, and my supervisor was a black male, and I thought I could relate to him because, we're black. So, he was very harsh in his assessments. He would often say, you write in a colloquial language, you don't belong here. I can't hear what you're saying. What are you saying? This is rubbish. No one said this. So already that process of making me feel like I don't belong, it was ingrained in me, because from entering UJ, I felt I don't belong here. I've had to travel this long distance to fit in. I have to stay in an accommodation for students who come from far, because I don't belong here. This place is meant for white people, or for the exclusive, or for the elite. And so that department cemented those thoughts that I had. And
long paper, so I didn't speak to everything, and that's why I had to change the title to focus it. I come at it from some personal transformation processes that to some extent will answer your question around how doing transformation work. And also not even because, when you enter the room, you are already a transformation worker, irrespective of whether you want to, whether you've been, at least that's how I felt. Because when I entered the room, certain things would be said. Certain questions would be asked of me. So I had to be a representative to answer questions, so when you enter the space as the first, as one of the only ones, you are forced to do the work. And it breaks you. It breaks you because the intention is for you to recognize that you do not belong and to F off. And the effing off happens because many of us will get sick. Many of us don't talk about it. I'm writing about, as I say, transformation, personal, I'm writing about how I was forced to F off. And how I'm staying, why I'm staying, and how I'm staying, what tools I'm using to stay. So it's built into the system. It's built into capitalism, coloniality. It's built into it for us to not have access to our humanity. The institutions are created in such a way that we hate ourselves. So my reflections in this paper, my intention is in this paper is to not acknowledge that whiteness and coloniality divides and rules. And that's why after 1994, when the country made decisions in terms of policies to say we need to transform universities, the universities decided that we will not hire Black South Africans. Now, the fact that our departments have Africans from outside South Africa, it's not their fault. It's easy politics. It's very easy politics, frivolous politics, to say that because there's 10, staff members who are Zimbabwean, Nigerian in a particular department is their problem. It might be their problem that they are not hiring blacks, but the fact that they were employed is not their problem. It's a problem of whiteness who was responsible for hiring them. Operation Dudula. Why are we doodling Africans? Why are we doodling Africans? We should be doodling. But we are not doodling the right people. I'm not coming at this from very easy politics. I'm not coming at this from, sleeping. I'm not sleeping. Because I'm thinking deeply, reflecting deeply on why I am in such pain, on why trying to do the right thing, on why being ethical is so painful. I'm coming at this from that perspective. So divide and rule is real. When I was vice dean with a colleague, Colin Chasi, who's a Zimbabwean. And I remember the tactics of the dean at the time. He was trying to divide and rule, working very hard to say to Chasi, she thinks because she's a South African, she's better than you. To say to me, Chasi thinks she's blacker than you. He would do stuff like that. I was smarter because I knew what he was doing. It was painful to sit and watch and try to be nice, I come at this talk also because I'm reflecting on my experience at UCT. I didn't want to talk about it. I'm reflecting on my experience at UCT. It's a very difficult, it has been a very difficult, not very easy for me to talk about because it's not black and white. So my UCT experience was not black and white. And I struggled when I'm not on social media, but I would be sent things, hey, this is happening, there were newspaper articles and so forth. But at the center of my discomfort is that there were 4 black women in that saga. And we were being pitted against each other by racism, capitalism, and sexism, and coloniality. And some of the arguments that were being made were very easy and petty. And I was sitting there, asking myself very difficult questions. And at the center of them was that these are 4 black women who are being pitted against each other by this cruel system. I want to read something. So this is part of a bigger project. It might be a manuscript, a monograph. So I'm reading. I think I'm answering all the questions. I hope I am. I'm now messing my mind up. I'm writing also about anger, because I was very angry. I was very angry for a very long time. And the kind of anger I experienced was fire. It was burning me. And as part of my transformation process, I was learning to harness that anger into something else. Because I didn't want to continue burning. So I'm writing about that. I'm writing about the power of anger, but also the problems with it for black women's bodies. Because it burns us. So I'm reading around this and I'm writing about this. I just want to read something very quickly that might help us also understand why it's very easy for us to want to suggest that we don't hate each other, that we don't hate ourselves, that it's not easier for us to fight our brothers and sisters. I want to read something that might help us understand why I'm suggesting that we have xenophobia. We might want to call it something else. We have Afrophobia. That our problems are not about the Zimbabwean, the Nigerian, the Namibian. That our problems are much deeper. And if we want to transform, we have to be honest with ourselves. And for us to do that, we have to be uncomfortable. So I'm reading Peace Kukua. She's based ko Vetse. She writes about anger. Lickenham, Gola. They write about anger from a feminist perspective, reading Audre Lorde, reading Bell Hooks and others. In this particular article, in Wala piece, it's called Training Anger with Accuracy. Audre Lorde's invitation to black women. And then the other one is Love and Rage. So in the first one, Training Anger with Accuracy, she quotes Audre Lorde. It is not that black women shed each other's psychic blood so easily, but that we have ourselves bled so often. The plane of bloodshed becomes almost commonplace. If I have learned to eat my own flesh in the forest, starving, kinning, learning the lesson of the she-wolf who chews off her own paw to leave the trap behind. If I must drink my blood, thirsting, why should I stop at yours? Until your dead body, your dead arms hang like white, withered garlands upon my breast, and I weep for your going. Oh, my sister, I grieve for our gone. I think about the harshness that exists so often within the least encounter between black women, the judgment, the sizing up, the cruel refusal to connect. I know sometimes I feel like it's worth my life to disagree with another black woman. Better to ignore her, withdraw from her, go around her, just don't deal with her. That's what we do. So she's speaking about black women, but that's what we do to black people, to other black bodies. It's easier to hate them. It's easier to hate them. It's easier to turn our anger about whatever towards them. I don't know if I've answered your questions. Did I answer your questions, Dr. Khope? Did I at least attempt? I hope so. If not, we can have a
conversation. Thank you so much to the two speakers, Dr. Chauke and Prof. Kuno. And I would say, just as an ending point, that it's upon us as female scholars to actually, as you say, try and turn this anger into something more tangible. And when you talked about that, I remember someone said to me when I just came into the academy that you are just too angry and emotional. You can't make a good scholar. Now the big question is, how then are you supposed to be a scholar? Are you just supposed to be dry? And I think that is one reason why sometimes we are not addressing societal problems, because we are not angry enough. We are not passionate enough about things. So I would say that as part of this session and part of transformation, maybe let's go back. Be angry if you want to, I really don't care. As long as that anger is going to amount to something that is going to contribute to societal change. Thank you so much. In the next session, there'll be Professor Chisasa, and the theme will be Indigenous Knowledge Systems. And I really invite you to please come back, have your lunch, and please come back here at 2 o'clock, eh? What time? Yeah, that's why I need to confirm. People need to know. 1:20.
Yes.
Colleagues, 13:20, please be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, fellow delegates. Can we please take our seats and get started? I hope you enjoyed your lunch as much as I did. As we take our seats, may I request the following people to join me. Dr. Bekinkosi Madela and Bonnie Ngakane. If I pronounce your name incorrectly, please don't worry. We'll talk about it after the session. Any emotional damages will be discussed. Okay, then we're going to have another set of presenters. What's this? Prof. M.E. Baloi. Is that you, Prof? Dr. Aquinta Nomsa Zimu Biela and Colleen Takainge Namo Chisita. Are they here? I take it that they are in transit. Dr. S. Shakwane. Do you mean she's coming? Okay, as we talk about curriculum transformation, let's pay a lot of attention to sign language as an excluded language in our curriculum and how best we can fast track its inclusion. Then at a later stage, we'll listen to Mr. M. Mkwena. Is Mr. Mkwena in the house? Also? Around. Okay, brilliant. And Dr. G.K., Professor G.K., Director Scholarship Change, DLT, Unisa, always around. Okay, that's the lineup. Thank you very much for coming back. It's normally very difficult to get people back into conference sessions after lunch, especially. And particularly when the lunch has been delicious and no one has run short. I saw that all the plates were seemingly full to capacity. And by the time we left, none of the plates were seen with any residuals, which means that the chef did a fantastic job. So without wasting your time, let me say that by way of introduction, my name is Joseph Chisasa. I work here for Professor Lingabula in the College of Economic and Management Sciences, precisely in the Department of Finance, Risk Management and Banking. Also currently working with the Curriculum Transformation Unit, where I'm seconded as a Curriculum Transformation Specialist. So I've been requested to chair this afternoon session. Let me emphasize that these presentations are time-bound, so we're going to stick to the amount of time allocated to us. That's one. Secondly, when it's question and answer time, we shall also be mindful of the fact that time is not limitless. So when we ask questions, our questions must be exact, they must be precise, they must be short. When we give responses, they must be equally short and to the point, so that by 15:35, we leave this hall as planned. Thank you. Having said that, I will now call upon Dr. Bekinkosi Mandela and Bonnie Ngakane to give us a presentation titled A Transformative Framework for the Integration of Indigenous Knowledge Systems into the Curriculum in South Africa's Higher Education Institutions. Thank you very much. You're welcome, and enjoy the presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, delegates. My name is Benkos Madlela from the University of Johannesburg, but I prefer calling myself a Unisa Almanai. I'll be co-presenting with my co-writer and the presenter, Bonnie Ngakane, a Unisa Almanai. Okay, so Prof, it's one person at a time. Okay, I'll call you when she presents.
Yeah, what works for you? Since you're co-presenters, if you're going to run through it, by yourself, fine, but if you would like her to step in, make it work.
Okay, all right. I'll be co-presenting with my co-writer and the presenter, Boni Ngagane. Our topic is a transformative framework for the integration of indigenous knowledge systems into the curriculum in South African higher education institutions. Then the sub-theme is how do we center historically marginalized knowers and the knowledge. The presentation outline, we have the introduction and background, problem statement and justification of the study, conceptualization, theoretical framework, benchmark with other countries, South African context, Madlela and Ngagane transformative framework for IKS integration into higher education institutions, curriculum in SA, conclusions and recommendations. Then the introduction and the background. As we all know that South African education system in higher institutions is still dominated by out-of-context Western worldviews and epistemologies. The legacy of brutal colonial and apartheid misrule still reigns in South African higher education institutions up to date. Though the racist and the oppressive apartheid system ended in 1994, epistemologies, knowledge systems in South African universities remain rooted in Western colonial worldview. That is Heleta 2016, which means it was only political independence, not education independence. The curriculum is still Eurocentric and reinforcing white privilege and the Western dominance. At the dawn of the 21st century, some African intellectuals were already contemplating for the education system based on African values and the philosophy. That's Msila 2009. Then Molefe 2016 says that in 2015, South African students and a small number of progressive academics began a campaign to decolonize the curriculum by ending the domination of Western epistemologies, traditions, and the histories in tertiary institutions. Then Mabaso and the Mangani and the Nchangase in 2021, they call for the decolonization and Africanization of the curriculum, which remains largely Eurocentric and continues to reinforce white privilege and the Western dominance, while at the same time being full of stereotypes, prejudices, and the demeaning views about Africa and the African people in the continent. The problem and justification of the study. Though now there are new policies, decorated ones, talking about equality, equity, transformation, but universities have done little since 1994 to open up to different bodies and the traditions of knowledge, Heleta 2016. South African higher education system remains a colonial outpost, reproducing hegemonic identities instead of eliminating hegemony of the colonial past. And then syllabuses that were designed to meet the needs of colonization, or colonialism and apartheid have been allowed to continue into the liberation era in South Africa, Mbembe 2016. African scholars view IKS indigenous knowledge systems as the only viable tool or as the only viable option of cleansing hegemonic domination of Western imperialist worldviews and epistemologies in higher education institutions. And then at the end, the study developed the Madlela and Ngagane transformation framework that can be used. It is not cast on stones, it can be adapted and used to integrate IKS as the only medicine that can cleanse the neoliberalism agenda of enslaving Africans by alienating and denigrating their knowledge systems. The successful integration of IKS into the curriculum will provide alternative worldviews and the contextual epistemologies. As the Professor Chauke said, that she was alienated where she went to because the knowledge systems there were not resonating with her contextual knowledge. So if we integrate IKS, such tragic experiences could be mitigated. Then the study is situated on the two theories, the African Renaissance theory, which calls for Africanization, and for Africa to champion her development using her own knowledge, not borrowed knowledge systems. And the constructivist theory of teaching and learning, which calls for a learner-centered approach, a shift from the positivist approach to a constructivist approach, which is learner-centered. And the learner-centered approach requires the use of prior knowledge. And then, in the South African and African context, the prior knowledge that learners already have is IKS, that they interact with on a daily basis in their environment. Then, the two theories drive the study, since they resonate well with the IKS, especially the African Renaissance theory, which can be used to decolonize our minds and respect our indigenous knowledge systems as providing solutions. I will call my co-presenter and co-author, Ms. Boni Ngakane, to give us the conceptualization and also literature. Then I'll come to present on the Ngakane Madlela model, and then conclusions and recommendations. Ms. Ngakane.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madlela, my co-presenter, for also giving me this opportunity to continue with the presentation on the conceptualization of the study. Dumelang, good afternoon. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it well. Dr. Mashudu will assist. So, one of the Unisa alumni. Actually, I have 3 qualifications with Unisa, and I'm paving way to add the 4th one, that is PhD. I'm not just an alumni, I'm at home. This is my 2nd home. And I must admit that it's my first time to just stand before professors and doctors and present. Actually, I thank you, the organizers, for this conference, that you have given us opportunity, especially as young academics, to come and also express ourselves, share the ideas with those who have gone, who have walked the journey before us. I must admit that I'm a young academic, imaging one, actually. So,
yeah, let's give it a round of applause.
Yes, but though the education system, the Western education system, actually I'm the sad reality of the end results of this Western education system. Actually, I have 5 degrees, but I'm one of the statistics of the youth unemployment. I'm not sure, really, this is touching. I'll hold myself. I am not sure, really, what to do to motivate the other youth.
Okay. On that emotional note, let's get back to the study.
Okay.
In the interest of time.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof. Let me go to the conceptualization of IKS. So we've been singing the song of IKS throughout this conference. We've been talking about decolonization, but now it's high time to explain what does it really mean. So indigenous knowledge systems are local knowledge developed over centuries of experimentation and are passed orally from one generation to another. Donato, Keynotes 2016, assert that IKS have proven to be a perfect scaffold to sustainable development, connecting the past, the present, and the future. IKS is called Kitso ya Setso in Setswana, Ulwazi lwesintu in isiZulu. Indivo, okay, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing well. Indivo nga hamvelele na vuva in Venda. That is the Northwest University IKS Center 2022. The fact that indigenous cultures and people have survived for centuries bears testimony that they had scientific knowledge of harnessing their environment resources to meet their needs. Continuing to this, indigenous knowledge system includes various interconnected aspects of local cultures like arts, music and dance, craft, agriculture, food, preparation and preservation, animal husbandry and leatherwork, hunting, health and herbal medicine and nutrition. It also includes woodwork, architecture, leather and beading. Like this kind of thing that I'm wearing here is part of IKS. You cannot find it in America unless they come here and buy it. Also, commerce, leadership, and management, they are also part of indigenous knowledge system. Like yesterday, Dr. Babalo was talking about the leadership and management of maternal traditionalists like Ugogo and Borakadi. There were people who were very important when it comes to leadership and management. So commerce is also not new in Africa. It has been there. Actually, I'm also writing a book on the reshifting the mindset towards knowledge-based economy. There is a case study of indigenous entrepreneurship in Botswana. I'm currently writing on something like that because I believe also indigenous entrepreneurs are left out. They are marginalized, though they are contributing to the economy, to the diversification of the economy, but they are not recognized. Continue to decolonization. So what is decolonization? How do we understand it? Because we are not just supposed to talk about it, we should also know the meaning of the decolonization. So decolonization is the reorganization of structures, ideologies, and discourses within a social institution which has historically perpetuated Western privileges and ideologies and practices to the detriment of indigenous peoples' ideologies, custom, and practices.
You have 7 minutes to the end.
Juzeni 2020 said, it is accompanied by promotion and empowering of indigenous peoples' ideology, structures, and discourses. So, challenges of integrating IKS into the curriculum of higher education institutions. Kaya 2014 articulate that IKS is facing challenges due to unbalanced powers relations stemming from colonialism and other forms of imperialism that allowed Western nations to universally impose their knowledge system, culture, and languages. Also, lack of university mechanism. These are the challenges in monitoring integration of IKS. Western education and modern technologies. Young generations also having a tendency of opening up to Western culture than local cultures. So other challenges also include colonial and apartheid curriculum in South Africa, stereotyped Africa and promoted white supremacy and dominance. As a result of this, the present curriculum in higher education still grossly reflects the colonial and apartheid world reviews. It is disconnected from the realities of Africa, include the lived experiences of the black majority of South Africa, said Ramupi and Heleta 2016. So we also benchmarks with other countries who have incorporated IKS into their higher education system. Like Charles Sturt University in Australia, they indigenized its faculties to develop students' cultural competency At the university level, staff members are given cultural training program that include indigenous scholars, elders, and indigenous persons with the industry. And this occurs at the Charles Sturt University, involved stages facilitated by indigenous consultant. They hired a consultant who came up with the 3 stages, that is preliminary work, cultural indigenization, and implementation of the indigenous content embedding. So in these 3 stages, that is the first one, preliminary work. At this stage, consultant established rapport and relationship with academics, undertook conversation concerning culture, seeking to initiate mutual learning.
You have 5 minutes.
Curriculum indigenization. At this stage, that is the second stage. The indigenous consultant oversaw the indigenous process. Specific content for the discipline was developed and case study tailored to the unit and formation of partnership with indigenous business and practitioner were deemed valuable. The third stage, that is implementation of indigenous content embedding. This one included implementation of indigenous content, changes to the curriculum, and education of teaching staff. We also benchmarked with the Philippines, who came up with the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act, IPRA. And this act was meant to protect people against discrimination, indigenous people against discrimination, and calls for the establishment of indigenous schools. And this led to the introduction of Philippine as a language and language of teaching and in schools. Then we also looked into the Botswana. Botswana is currently working on infusing the Swahili language into the school curriculum after being adopted by SADC. University of Botswana offers short courses in African languages, programs such as Kiswahili, Setswana, isiZulu, and Sekhalagari. These are some of the languages that are spoken in other parts of Botswana, so they're trying to infuse them into the curriculum. But surprisingly, UB is offering degrees in international language programs such as Portuguese, French, and Chinese. And these are 4-year degree programs, unlike compared to the African languages, which are offered in 2 weeks. So what they're trying to do is that they're promoting international language, unlike local languages. You cannot train me for 4 years in Chinese, and then you cannot train a local student for 4 years in Chinese, and then train her into a local language for 2 weeks. So what you are trying to do is you are expecting that student to be fluent in foreign language, unlike local languages. So South Africa, the curriculum and policies in higher education institutions are still influenced by the colonial and apartheid hegemony that denigrates and excludes IKS. The policy on IKS in South Africa was adopted in 2006 to promote and protect IKS. The Northwest University is one of the few local institutions in Africa that offers an accredited IKS. And this program is limited to Bachelor in Indigenous Knowledge System degree. It attracts students from Zimbabwe, Zambia, Nigeria, Cameroon, and Botswana. So this already indicates that there is a need to incorporate IKS into the curriculum of South Africa, or Africa in large. So the South African IKS Act identify IKS as a national asset, component of human capital. Institutions of higher learning can leverage on IKS to resource to decolonize and transform their curricula. Okay, I will end there, though I was marathoning because of time. My colleague, Dr. Benkosi Madlela, will come in to explain the model, Madlela Ngakane transformation model. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your time is up, but I will allow you a very small overdraft of not exceeding 5 minutes. Doc, yes. Please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my co-author and the presenter. Thank you very much, Prof. We developed it is not visible here, but we developed based on what we've presented, we developed the Madlela and Ngagane transformative framework for IKS integration into higher education institutions. It can be adapted, it is not cast on stones. It has 5 stages. We didn't want to put more boxes. So the first one is stakeholder engagement and the consultative forums. That is the beginning point, because you cannot talk of transformation without a framework. Our transformation is that the indigenous knowledge must come and transform the curriculum. And this is a framework that the University of South Africa and others can use, or universities in South Africa or higher education institutions can use. First of all, there's the stakeholder engagement and the consultative forums. Who are the stakeholders? Everyone. I think our keynote speaker in the morning, Professor Ntwasa, spoke about stakeholders. Let me say everyone without mentioning them. Maybe let me mention the indigenous people and communities and the poor, because the rich are already involved. And then the second one is the indigenization policy framework, a development. It is very important. We are supposed to come up with a specific framework, like the Australians, they were guided by a framework, the State University, and even the Filipino, they are guided by the law. If there is no framework, it becomes a problem. You won't be having a campus to guide the implementation. And then African consciousness, the promotion of African consciousness. You cannot transform the curriculum and decolonize it, yet you are colonized yourself, if your mind is colonized. You are supposed to first of all decolonize. What can you use to decolonize? You bring the African philosophy, the African Renaissance theory, the spirit of Ubuntu, to decolonize first. That is the very crucial stage. You cannot proceed without undertaking that stage. African consciousness. Some call it black consciousness. It's a matter of semantics. And then he decolonized and transformed, transformation of the curriculum. Only after Africanization and African consciousness process has been complete, we can talk of now decolonizing the curriculum. Otherwise, without the African consciousness, there won't be any decolonization of the curriculum or transformation. It will be taking the old apartheid hegemony in a decorated format, so to say, and continuing perpetuating it eternally, which has become chronic in our African communities. And then now, we go to implementation. And this decolonization should happen in all faculties. It is not supposed to be a language. Like some, when we say decolonizing or Africanization now or transformation, they talk of language of instruction. It doesn't help me to teach me in isiZulu, yet the content is Eurocentric. It doesn't help me at all. We need the content to be changed. Then based on that, since I have 2 minutes, we are also saying in our model, come up with a fully fledged indigenous knowledge systems faculty with a dean, an executive dean, and all the structures of a faculty to offer a wide range of indigenous programs, right from veterinary science to engineering. We name them. The list is endless. And then we concluded that most institutions of higher learning in Africa and South Africa have not yet incorporated IKS into their curriculum. Most of them still follow colonial policies that over-glorify Western knowledge and vilify IKS. As people move from rural areas to urban areas, they tend to abandon their African culture and adopt Western culture. This makes lecturers and students fail to recognize the importance of IKS and the need to integrate it into the university curriculum. And then it was also concluded that with a guiding framework and legal and policy guidelines, the integration of IKS into the curriculum of higher education institutions in South Africa is possible. We recommended that the higher education institutions should develop develop indigenization policy framework to guide the funding and holistic integration of IKS into the curriculum in all faculties. Train staff members and students and introduce them to African consciousness so that they embrace IKS. Review the curriculum holistically, decolonize and transform it through holistic IKS integration in all faculties. Establish a fully fledged IKS faculties offering a wide range of IKS programs like indigenous agriculture, veterinary science, medicine, pharmacology, astronomy, architecture, arts and culture, environmental and disaster management, establish IKS centers to act as hubs of knowledge bases,
As you wrap up.
adopt, as I wrap up, the Madlela and the Ngagane transformative framework alongside South African legal framework that support IKS, like the IKS policy of 2006 and IKS Act of 2019 to holistically integrate IKS into the curriculum across all faculties. Ke a leboga.
Be mindful of speed limits, Doc. I saw you really did your best to make sure that you don't overdraw on an overdraft. Well done. Very interesting presentation. I think we would like to see how the model unfolds into the space where everybody is trying to find answers on how we can decolonize our indigenous, our knowledge systems. Currently, everyone is in search of an answer as to how we can ensure that our own knowledge systems are recognized as well as they should. What do you call the model again? Madela Ngakane model. Well done and good luck with that. Without wasting time that we do not have, I would like to call upon Professor M.E. Baloy to come and give us a presentation on the erosion of African indigenous funeral practices as a serious concern for decoloniality, a pastoral concern. Thank you.
Technology. Good day, good afternoon, colleagues. I don't want to waste much time. Technology is playing against me all the time. Okay, now I got it. I will not start from the abstract that you saw there. It's useless. It's only for when we go on publishing. I will just start from my intro. Perhaps I should first indicate that this topic of mine is a big study because it will run for 3 years, and every year something, 3 to 4 things will be published because it's a very wide range of things, and I'm just waiting for some other things that are being done to finance this thing because it's a big project which is going to be based in Limpopo, in the municipality from which I was born and bred. So this thing of having it here, it's all about starting to put some few things together. But when you read, when you listen to it moving forward, you will find that there are a lot of papers that I just have tried to integrate, which will come out of this. By way of introduction, allow me to say the reinvention of Africa as another way of destroying or closing out the native cultures is an ongoing process, even when the cries of transformation and decolonizing are very loud. Reading Musrei's Reinvention of Africa, one gets a sense to understand that this decolonial battle is not becoming easier in any way. I just took first quote. There is enough evidence to argue that Africans have lost their identity. When I listened to the former principal of this university, Professor Mandla Makanya, he once in one of the openings of the Senate meetings said this: colonization has succeeded in putting native people in a space where they are not who they want to be. Black people have simply become shadows of themselves, have no longer been able to define or even identify with their real selves, and have been living to please their colonizers. It became very easy for colonization, that is the end of the quote, it became very easy for colonization to use an excuse of calling African knowledge systems, suspicion, unfounded, unscientific, you can mention more. I learned from one of the idioms, African idioms, while growing up, that when a hyena wants to eat its own children, it should first accuse them of smelling like goats. This is how our ways of knowing were thrown out to the periphery. There are two animals that I know can eat their own children. When I was growing up, I was lucky to grow up next to Kruger National Park. The one is domestic, the one it's a hyena that I spoke about. The other one that will eat without excuse is a pig. It turns around and eats its own children. A little background. Perhaps I must mention some few scope. The scope of this already I mentioned that it will be somewhere around Collins Chabane, a local municipality, which was, it's one of the last born of the municipalities in South Africa, I think, if not the second last. And the focus will be on post-colonial through COVID and post-COVID to date. The study will acknowledge the good developments while not trying to argue that everything was correct from our own past, but to formulate within some of the good practices that were innocently dislocated. Regulation, perhaps I just give an example. The regulation of leave from workspaces like where we are and other public sector does not regard the issues of funerals with their own categories. All right, I can just give an example. If someone lost a husband, in Africa we know the toughness and the difficulty of widowhood, how long it takes for widows to recover from losing their husbands, or a widow to have lost a wife. But when you come to ask for a leave, that leave is regulated like in other ordinary leave, or you take your own days. I mean in the public sector and even in the government, and even in the private sector. That's why this study is also very important. Different categories of deaths that we have, I will allude to that, demands specified different treatment from the kind of the leadership from which we are working. I want to start by posing some few things, like questions. Have you ever even asked yourself how an African is affected by not attending a funeral of the loved one? Have you ever asked yourself that question? Coming from a theological pastoral perspective, I know for some, those who conversed with me, what it means. You will remember during the lockdown, the hard lockdown, only people with death certificates, which have the same surnames as theirs, will be allowed to cross the borders to go and bury their loved ones. If you were not a Baloy, it doesn't matter whether I'm your stepbrother or not, you were not allowed. But then, that was the explanation of close relationship. But is that the way how Africans define close relationship? That's another question. You can take it home. Are we happy, or were we happy seeing the death certificates of our loved ones being sold in the police stations and within the taxi ranks so that we can get that permit to leave the province in order to attend a funeral? Are we happy about that? Maybe this brings me to what I want to say. This is the important information that we should have, because it talks to us from where we're coming and where we're going. Marcus Garvey, one of the journalists from Jamaica, from, let me say, Caribbean, he once said this: a people without knowledge of their history are like a tree without roots. For us to know better where we're coming from, it's easier to can maneuver and understand where we're going. And that's why I always say, without IKS, for us to do transformation or decoloniality, we will always call it a dream never coming true.
The former and late president of Zimbabwe, Robert Mugabe, once started a very big and hot theological debate in Harare by simply saying, black people do not have a culture, because he was also black. And from that, I was prompted to write also my own work, which I entitled Black Self-Hatred, as one of the things that is troubling us very much when we go forward looking for a decolonization to take place or to be implemented. I remember when I was reading one blog, one lady, she's a black lady, she wrote, and it was going around in the social media about 2-3 years ago, and she was saying, only fools pay lobola. And I asked myself, who is she? It ended there. Let us not contest much. I do not think I'm the only one feeling insulted by these kind of things, but there are many outside there. Funerals today have become our lenses through which we can easily see or make the divide between the rich and the poor. You go to a funeral, then you can tell whether it's a funeral of a poor person or it was for a rich person, isn't it? Only by looking at what is happening in the funeral, the decoration, the tents, and those who are using the churches, the coffin, the kind of the coffin, you look at those kind of things, then you can tell the story. And that is not what, I will argue, that is not what we were supposed to be. On the other hand, while looking at the statistics of the paupers' funerals and the government funerals, which is just escalating, we can understand how the lack of Ubuntu, where everyone belongs to a community, whether you have your own blood relatives or not, it's very much exposed. That Ubuntu that we are always branding ourselves with, it's very much exposed when coming to that, because why, if we have Ubuntu and then a person belongs to a community, why do we have paupers' funerals, which are escalating?
10 minutes, Prof.
I will make sure. One African scholar from Ghana, Asante, has been loudly crying that we need to reclaim our Afrocentricity, including on the issues of funerals. Let me jump. Some of the selected questionable practices that will be alluded by this kind of a long research. One of the points here is the evidence that the shift comes from how we conceptualize death after colonization and even after COVID, but particularly after colonization. This already, by the conceptualization, we are already led into another way of understanding how we conduct our own funerals. One of the examples is that you can ask a question: can death be prevented or not? In Africa, I will say yes, when I'm talking from African point of view. But I will talk to that deep into my research. But coming from another angle, you will be told death cannot be prevented. That is a question of understanding and epistemology. The second thing, do we have, because this is a notion, do we have such a thing called a decent funeral? Decent funeral. Those of you who watch TVs, there's a very popular advert from Clientele when they're advertising their business and they are speaking about decent funeral. What is a decent funeral? You must ask that question. Who deserves to have a decent funeral here? Do I or do you? And what are the elements of a decent funeral? When we have to say in the end, this was a decent funeral, what are the components inside? Those kind of questions are not troubling us very much, but we need to be troubled by them. Let me jump to the next one. We also have what we call in Africa good and evil death. Do you know about it? There's a good death and bad death. And these concepts, they determine what kind of a funeral we'll have. How will it be conducted? Because, for instance, if you go the extreme of bad, evil death, where someone maybe was knocked by a car or was stabbed or was shot by a gun, then you must expect some of us as pastors, we know what to expect in such a funeral. Sometimes we take even 3 Bibles, not 1, when attending such kind of a funeral. Maybe the next one is the who of the person who is deceased also determine the kind of the funeral that will follow. If someone who was just traveling the community is dying, it won't be like someone who was building the community outside there. The funeral will take a different shape, and even the arrangements will take a different shape. Because this one was a troublemaker. Perhaps we are getting rid of him now. We are relieved. Even the speeches, when you listen to people talking in that funeral, you can make the difference from afar that this one was a troublemaker or this one was building the community. The other one is the interrogation of the main basic reasons why many people will go to a funeral in Africa, because we have been getting this kind of criticism from wherever it is coming, I don't know, whereby we are told that we are wasting, you guys, you are wasting much, you are men, you make a lot of food and all this. This kind of criticisms, I have read them many times, that when someone does. So the real meaning of why do African people come together in numbers when someone died, starting flocking in from the day of the announcement of the death, there must be a meaning for that. And the study will have to interrogate it very well. The unclarified roles of each and every one, from family to funeral parlor to colleagues at work, whosoever, sometimes are not well defined, and we need also to relook at that. They must be well, in a funeral setup, these things must be very much well defined. Intentionally, maybe you can also go and ask a question: what is a dignified funeral according to Africa? I won't explain because I'm rushing for time, but I think you are a good student because I'm giving you a homework.
5 minutes.
Can we make a difference between today, if we get to a township or we get to the village, are we able to make a difference between a party and a wedding, a party and a funeral? What are the elements that are put inside there? Say the coffin is hidden, we don't see it. Then you are just seeing people. What makes the difference between a party? Because it's a tent pinched there, and then the very same people are there. Let's forget about the type of the clothing they are wearing also. Okay, now you know. I can hear you are talking. Let's get to the next point, because my time is... some of the lost practices. When we speak about a funeral, immediately after the announcement in the family of the death, there is a language that is used in many African cultures. I'm not saying African cultures are the same. They are different, but there is a language. For instance, in my own culture, we won't say so-and-so died. Only animals die in Africa. People in Africa, they depart. They go to another life. That's what we believe. So the moment you say things like he died, obviously you are showing us that you are colonized. You are still using the colonial kind of vocabulary, because we say ufambile, uhunzile emhlabeni, ulandze bakabona, uyisiyile. Those are the kind, and you also need the rightful person. Maybe it's bringing me to the second point of that. The family will have to design a very, very specific person who is able to understand the dynamics and even this vocabulary, can communicate it, because that is why one of the studies that I read is criticizing much about making funerals known through the media, but for reasons, not saying that media on its own is guilty, but how it makes it out there. That's another study that I will do. Communalism is lost. I already indicated that we are living individualistic life, whereby we can know that this family, when they are burying their loved one, they are poor. And we can know this one, they are well-to-do. By the outlook appearance can tell. But this was not supposed to be like that in Africa, because Africans used to cover each other. And even if you don't have a cattle, or you don't have a goat, you don't have a chicken, I will make sure that you have something next door. Perhaps let me go on quickly. I know I will be told some minutes now. I know he's coming. Some misunderstandings. When a beast or an animal is killed in a funeral, what is the meaning of that? Have we asked ourselves? A lot of people, they're thinking of meat, eh? They're thinking of grocery, big grocery and meat. When they see a cow being killed, they realize, no, this one will be a big funeral. Maybe it will be a good or whatsoever. But when we go back slightly, killing a beast in a funeral from African point of view, they wanted a skin to wrap up the body when they bury, because we didn't have coffins. They're coming from somewhere. Don't ask me where, I don't know. Let's go on. The criteria, I already raised it. Who is my close relative? During the COVID, we were told, this one is not your close relative, this one is your close relative, you can attend a funeral. But the criteria...
1 minute.
Okay, I knew. The criteria that has been used is too much Western, because in Africa we've got this relationship which I don't even know how many are they. And I don't know how many relatives I don't have parents myself, but I know I have a lot of them outside there. So, but when you say only the one with your surname, is that African? I can have a stepbrother who was born maybe after my father and my mother divorced, so should I not go to his funeral? Those are other things. My aunt cannot bear the same surname as mine because she is the sister to my father. She cannot be married in our family. So is she a foreign? When we request leave, I spoke about that. Let me come quickly to the context, developing a kind of a context-bound healing suggestions coming from a practical theological point of view. There are 3 things which I will quickly mention.
Please wrap up.
Oh, yes, I'm done. There are 3 things. There is we want to develop an Afro-centric kind of healing system, which is being suggested by one of the scholars from Malawi. She's a woman. She had a PhD around here in University of Pretoria. She's called Kapuma. She suggested something which I won't detail here for the sake of time. We also have the AGT. It is African grief therapy. So it is based on African ways of grieving. These things must be developed because the way we are grieving, the way we are mourning, does not help our own people. It is not helpful. Ask me, not as an academic, ask me as a pastor outside, I will tell you what. There is also a third one, which is the last one. In a Venda context, there is a suggestion from one scholar called Musehani from his PhD, who suggests that the burial rituals, the African burial rituals, can also assist in that direction. We still have to interrogate those kind of stuff. In conclusion, I cannot doubt for once that when wanting to do justice to decolonial project, we need to ready ourselves for a tough one, and we have tough questions as well as tough answers. But I always take my refugee myself, and I want to invite you to also take the refugee with me to the idiom that one of our African scholars from Ghana, Okupu, mentioned when he said, "It does not matter how hot the sun can be, it cannot rub the stripes of a zebra." If it was a sermon, I would say amen.
I meet Wile Prof. Tatana Balowe. Very well said. What is a decent funeral? What characterizes it? Who deserves it? Good questions, eh? We shall then move to the next presenter. Please allow me to invite Dr. Aquinta Nomsa Zimu Biela and Collins Takainge Namo Chisita on the topic, why decolonization and re-Africanization of libraries is not an option but a necessity for Africa. Welcome and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. In my language, they say, "Isinamuva liyabukwa." Meaning that he or she who loves last, loves best. Kinako babomme, it is our time. The nature is naturally healing us. I am humbled and honored to be part of this conference organized by the Leadership and Transformation Committee. I'm really thankful. As I stand on the soil of this university, University of South Africa, I wish to acknowledge in absentia our first VC of our institution, the women VC. You know, Nonaka and Nonaka, the knowledge management theorist, he writes, "We researchers, academics, we know more than we can tell. We read, we get so saturated that sometimes it becomes difficult to collate your knowledge, put it together to be able to relay it to other people so that it gives meaning to them." Hence, I wish to encourage us as women that we need to read more. And I have read another article written by White, published in 2010. In that article, she challenges educated women that you are the voice for the uneducated women. They need us. I am actually very passionate about this topic on decolonization and re-Africanization. Why? Because my PhD study is on the management and preservation of indigenous knowledge in one of the villages in South Africa, which is in KwaZulu-Natal province. This is the journal in which the article is published. This is a Unisa journal. That is why I'm saying Unisa has been a light bearer to me. It has really empowered me, and I was really impressed by the young generation when they presented their paper here. Unfortunately, Sipogazi has just gone out. It is published here. The findings of the study indicated that one of the primary schools in a village is using a project which is called Environmental School Project to inculcate love for indigenous knowledge systems. In those words, not all is lost for us, because we do have some of the educators who are very proactive in guiding our future generation to progress from informal knowledge to school knowledge. So, not all is lost for basic education. What we must do is just to give support and then get back to the rural villages for intervention projects. When Professor Mohane did the formal opening yesterday, indicating that we normally publish in these high-impact journals, international journals, but we don't get back to the villages for intervention projects. I felt I was a culprit because I'm one of those who did my research, and I sat under the tree with the rural women And they indicated their concerns that we have been farming for too long for food security. We need now to farm for commercialization purposes. But I have not been back for intervention projects. Why? That is why I'm saying I feel like I am a culprit. Okay, allow me to get back to my topic. And then my topic is on why decolonization and re-Africanization of libraries is not an option but a necessity for Africa. One of our young generations, they were presenting here yesterday, and she was presenting on a very informative and insightful paper on, can I call you Ma? Can I call you Prof? Can I call you Doctor? Can I call you whatever? For me, it doesn't matter. You can call me what you are comfortable to call me, as long as there is that line of respect. Because that is what Ubuntu Joji says to us. We need to draw that line for respect. Okay. This is a conceptual paper. And I'm trying to outline the following on the paper: the introduction and background, contextual background, problem statement, purpose and objectives of the study, theoretical background, research methodology, findings and discussions, and then conclusion. I am now going to be reading from my paper here for the presentation. What I am saying here, I am saying you will be really a hardcore if you come out of this conference not being a born-again Christian, without the revitalized self-identity. It now makes sense to me why Legrand, who is the decolonization protagonist, why, and Ndlovuka Jenny, why they view the concepts of decolonization as a revolutionary concept that has got theoretical, practical, and transformative value. For these authors in Africa, we are yet to see African universities and African libraries. But what we can witness are libraries and universities in Africa, because the Western models, Western-oriented models, they are still prevalent and dominating. For example, President of Equatorial Guinea, who has been in position for 53 years, but he still wants to contest to be included in the ballot paper for the coming elections. Why can't he hand over the baton to the younger generation? My one unanswered question about this conference that has been consistently asked in other conferences again, forums, colloquiums, and seminars, is where to from here? There were so many good presentations which were presented here, which we as librarians, because I'm wearing the hat of a librarian, we can collaborate. For example, the makerspace model that was presented here. Why can't we go back to the rural villages and introduce that fourth industrial tool to our young learners so that we can help them progress with this fourth industrial revolution? Okay. Then, are we going to the communities after these conferences and the findings and the presentations? Are we going back to our rural villages or to our communities to implement as intervention projects what we have been presenting here, our good models just like umhlahlandlela, indlela ibuzwa kwabaphambili. Are we going to implement, or it will only end up here? And then we only enjoying and we forget about our communities who are suffering at the periphery. Dr. Hoppe yesterday alluded on the fact that we are here where we are today because we have not been able to clearly articulate what we want. Our fear of being victimized outshines what we define as Black consciousness. The journey,
Yeah, 10 minutes.
the journey to unravel must continue. When you know what you want, you will not be intimidated. You will not be scared. Okay. Furthermore, Mampele posits that finding the courage to acknowledge this scarring and to set about reclaiming the mind of the oppressed, because we have fear, because our minds are still colonized. Why do we have fear when we live in poverty, when there is a high illiteracy rate, when we are faced with GBV and all socioeconomic challenges? Why do we still remain afraid? At the same time, white South Africans also need to confront the impact of racism on their psyches. The assumption by many that the material benefits white people enjoy reflect their superior abilities, and it hampers their own development as well as self-reflective beings in a non-racial society. It is difficult for white people to accept that they now have to live, collaborate, and compete with Black people as equals and fellow citizens. This non-reflective tendency leads to resistance on their part to contribute to the normalization of our society. It is based on such premise that Ndlovuka Jenny, the leading scholar on decolonization, warns us that we must be vigilant against normalizing and universalizing colonialism and coloniality, as it has produced a world order that is sustained by anger, hate, deceit, racism, tribalism, xenophobia, gender-based violence, and many other socioeconomic challenges. I have never heard of so many socioeconomic challenges that we are experiencing in our African countries as we are today. I have never heard of a bulldog eating a child. We are in a different state of socioeconomic conditions. Those are the challenges which we need to confront as researchers and learn to understand the underlying problems that are facing us today. Why do we have such a high rate of GBV? Okay. Why does it matter to reimagine, decolonize, and re-Africanize African librarianship? African librarianship has its root in the colonial era, and then I cite Tise and Raju in their paper published in 2015, as well as Stilwell. It was born through the efforts of several expatriate librarians nurtured in the Anglo-American style of librarianship without much consultation of African users. Unisa Library is a partner in crime. Unisa Library also was established with the help of the collection from the West, and they need to reimagine their policies. They need to reimagine their collection development policies, information literacy policies, so that they can put at the center indigenous knowledge systems and indigenous and indigenous languages. Okay, let me rush because time is against me. Then what is the purpose and objectives of this conceptual paper? The purpose of the paper was to establish the role of African librarianship within the context of decolonization of knowledge in Africa.
5 minutes.
To explore the position of libraries within the context or discourses of decolonization of knowledge in Africa. To make recommendations regarding model that can be used to accommodate indigenous knowledge systems and indigenous languages. Let me give you the example of the model that I recommend for this. Okay, before I move to that model, this is the journal which the library used to subscribe to during the 1970s. This journal actually, it's more about the women activities, how they have reached out to rural areas. More especially, there is one article which is very important for us as librarians in this journal, because there is one librarian who was very active in Soweto libraries, and this librarian was an activist. She will go out to the communities in order to encourage communities to read. Where are those librarians today? We are comfortable sitting in our offices instead of going out. Hence, Nyerere says, as they go to the sky, I will be going to the rural village in order to help and empower our own people. That is what we need, because they are faced with so many socio-economic challenges. So that's the importance of that. And this other journal is for the Msunduzi Municipality Library in Maritzburg, because the libraries were introduced in Africa during 1818 by Governor Somerset from Britain. And the model that they used was a national library, centralized national library model. And the functions from the centralized national library were decentralized from the national library to public and community libraries. And this journal,
you may prepare to wrap up.
Okay. Okay, the model that I actually recommended, because Unisa is an academic institution that has got its own components, like the library. The library is the component of the university. It's actually supposed to be giving support to the university. So the library is, this model is the model which was developed by Molepo from from the Swane University of Technology, and it's divided into two parts. The first part of the model the first part proposes a multiple constructionist reality approach in order to improve on a multiple shared reality in the understanding of what constitutes knowledge in a democratic era of Africa. It can be useful at national, institutional level. As it is indicated there is an institutional level as well as at an academic level. Nationally, because we are governed nationally by the National Development Plan, language policies, they also govern us. So as the institution that is governed by those language national government policies, as well as the international decade indigenous languages policies, we need to respond to those policies as an academic institution, as well as libraries, they need to respond to those policies as well. And then in ending, Okay, at academic library level, there is a need to think broadly about the position of the academic library in society knowledge systems, hence the need to become part of decolonization and re-Africanization of knowledge agendas. The extended management capacity part of the model, which is the second part of the model, has to do with the extended roles of libraries that must not be limited only to the management of knowledge that is Western-orientated knowledge, but it must also include our indigenous knowledge systems as well as indigenous languages. Whatever we have been discussing here, the library is supposed to be part of this for the purpose of managing this knowledge for posterity as well as for accessibility and visibility. And then the last questions, in conclusion, what I am saying is that the questions that we need to ask ourselves as librarians regarding the decolonization and re-Africanization of libraries in the 21st century is that if the Western model library has not sufficiently resolved our socio-economic challenges, is it not the time for us to draw what is best for us from the models and from the indigenous knowledge management models, and then integrate it with the Timbuktu of Mali library model that will put indigenous knowledge systems, indigenous languages, and oral traditions at the center of our Western model libraries? Is it kinako time for Amadi's barefoot librarian model? In this barefoot librarian model, Amadi recommends that libraries must transform and they need transformation agents, such as Patient Maisela, who was the first president of ALASA, which was the African Association of Librarians, who worked at the Soweto libraries, advocating for taking libraries to the communities. The library's transformation charter, it's there, but it needs the champions who will help in taking our libraries to the communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that informative presentation on decolonization and re-Africanization of our libraries. I hope that our libraries will also go into gear number 5 or 6 and get this project of transformation moving as fast as we want it to. I want now to call upon our last presenter, perhaps second last presenter, Dr. S. Shakwane, to give us a talk on decanting the African knowledge on quality intimate care, the story of the touched body. Wow. The story of the touched body. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about the body. I am more passionate about the humanistic care, about the touch. If I can say now to all of us, let us be naked, I think we will all think, what is she talking about? Because the body is the most precious thing that we have. So I'm a nurse by profession, and I am passionate about the body. When we teach students, we say we must keep the body clean. When you keep the body clean, you must touch that body. And when touching that body, you have to see somebody who's a stranger to you. And when you see somebody who's a stranger to you, there are many things that are triggered. And today I'm just going to share some of the experiences that have taken place. And the important thing is that I'm talking about intimate care. At the PhD level, I developed a model for facilitating intimate care. And then now I'm at the postdoctoral, and this project is funded by NRF, where I am now implementing the model to say, how can we touch in such a way that the person who's being touched is not violated, and the person who is touching is also doing it with dignity and integrity. And from this, I'm not only drawing from my own knowledge, but I am bracketing my understanding of the clean body, of the touch body, because there are many people who are working on this project. I'm only going to focus on the life, the birth and the life and death of a person. As Professor Baloyi was talking about death, I'm not talking about in the spiritual sense, but I'm talking about the body that takes a last breath and take a different passage. So when a child is born, it is a very precious moment for the family. And there are many rituals that are done to welcome the child to life. And it is a symbol of connection. When you connect with others, you are not only born as an individual, but you are born into a family. And you have to be accepted, and you need to be identified as somebody. And good health is a gift. We all pray, we all request for good health. And when we have a good health, within the African understanding, good health is when you have reconciled with yourself, and you are also in part with your own ancestors, which means that you are having your own balance within your system. And when illness comes, it's either the family, based on the family understanding, the family will take care of you. But when that fails, that is when we come in as nurses. We have to take care of your body. And I call when a patient comes to hospital, the first thing that happens is that we accept you, and you must take your identity as a patient, because we are going to prepare a bed for you, and then we are going to have the gown. You must declothe. You must remove what you know, so that you can be in prison of being in hospital. So what I'm saying is that violates the most important thing, to say, who am I as a person? Because now you are a patient, you are taking that role, and you must take it very seriously, because your life in hospital will not be the same should you not abide in that. And then that nakedness, many people come and see your body. Everybody say, can I see if it is a wound? Wherever the problem is, everybody looks at your body, everybody touches the body. And sometimes you don't even know who's a doctor, who's a nurse, because everybody has the authority over your body. So the question that I'm asking, you say, where do we draw boundaries when it comes to our own cultural backgrounds when touching the body and being touched by somebody? And as a human body is a symbol, we need to be able to treat it with respect and dignity. And respect and dignity is based on how when we grow up, how were we treated as individuals? And we are from different backgrounds. And nurses, when they come to the college for nursing, they bring themselves, they bring who they are. And then it is our duty to give them the information that is relevant when they go to the hospital to provide care. And Prof. Baloyi was saying that there is no death in an African culture. And then we're saying that death, we're all going to go through the passage of of ceasing life. And then when that happens, it's either you are going to be an ancestor or you are going to be somewhere else. So nurses, we are given that opportunity to care for the person till death, from conception to death. And then we have to serve that person with dignity and integrity, even if the life that we know is no longer there. So the purpose of this sharing, I'm just going to share what's it called on the nursing part and the communities. When we are looking at now, what is the body? How do we treat our body? And how can we improve in taking care of the body from birth to life? And then there, when we look at the intimate care conflicts, at this moment in the model that I'm implementing, we are in the intimate care conflict, where we're seeing culture, gender, all those variables, they play a part in accepting touch and then to allow somebody to touch you. And then symbolic interactionism is used because a body of somebody is a symbol. When we say now stand up, it's a body that's going to stand. And when you sit, which means whatever you were taught in your previous life, you are going to be able to bring it out to other people. So if we are having good values, that is a symbol that you bring to say, this is my community, because you are representing a community. And then I use that dramatizing model in analyzing. Those who have done drama, they will know this, this method to say, we need to know what is the act, and then the scene, why did it happen, the agent, and then the purpose of what has happened. So now looking at that, the sacredness, now I'm looking at the theme, the sacredness of birth. In the midwifery practice, of which I am also a midwifery practitioner, when a baby is about to be born, we always go and then we check the mother, we check the cervix to see how the centimeters, and then the place is prepared. Here I'm talking about the ideal, not what we have in South Africa where we don't have space, birth happens everywhere. But in an ideal world, when we teach about midwifery, the birth of a child should happen in a protected space where there is warmth. And then one of the midwives is saying that the child, when he's born, is used into a warm space because the womb is warm. So when they come out, that is why they cry. They are not crying, they're saying, it's a gasp of life to say, this is new. So there's that cry. And that cry is a celebration, because if the child does not cry, we are very sad to say there's something wrong with the lungs. So that is our job as midwifery practitioners. But within the African space, there are, in the village, there's an elderly woman who is known to deliver a baby, or within the family, an elderly person will prepare a place where that baby will be delivered. And men will not be allowed to go there. They will be outside walking around wondering, is it a boy, is it a girl? That is what's in the man's mind. But for that woman who's giving birth, it's a sacred moment, because I want the baby to be born alive. And then the elder person is there praying to the ancestors, let the child be born alive. So if we look at these two, both the nursing part and the African part, we want a child that is going to cry. And then we will give the message, is a boy or a girl. If we do not know, say we are still checking. And then once that happens, the identity, so every child must have an identity. And then we say, inkaba yakho iguphi. So when we're asking, where is it? Because when the child is born and then the placenta is out, a placenta is very important. The cutting of the cord, because that is detachment, the separation between the mother, the independence. Then a child is born. And then the burial of the placenta and the cord is very important, because that is why within an African say, when you're asked to say, uphumaphi, they will say, inkaba yakho iguphi. So where are you? Where were you born? That is why we say, we don't want to die away from home. I'm going back enkabeni yami. So which means you are going back to your placenta. that is where. So that is very important for us when you're talking about the body, because it's not only about the spiritual part only, but the whole physics of the person. And then the child needs to be protected. As nursing practitioners, we always preach immunization. Bring the child for immunization, because we know that the immune system of the child is not yet protected. But within
10
an
minutes.
Oh, tell me, I'm going to run. Within an African space, we're talking about the child must be for 30 days, the child is kept in the safe space where they will not, the evil spirit, because we all have our own spiritual journeys. We all use different amakatakata. So the child, the fontanelle, the umbilical cord is very important, because the elderly person will be looking at the fontanelle to say, oh, kakai, how is it doing? Because it needs a closure. And then they will be looking at the umbilical cord to say, is it healing? Because we are waiting to celebrate the drying of the umbilical cord, to say this person is the child is well. So, and then when the child has to go, all this, what is written in italics, those are the extracts from the participants. When the child now is ready to go to the clinic, in paper, you inform the ancestors that the child is moving, is going out, so that it will be protected and the child is coming. It's not like now you go to the shopping mall, a small baby is going around. So those are the things that we need to also look at, to say, how was a child protected at the earlier stage? And then the meaning of the body. What is the body? And then within these findings, there were two overarching meanings of the body. There was a spiritual part where these ones were the patients. They were saying that my body is a temple of the Holy Spirit, is a temple of God, because they were Christians. So when you have to look and touch the body, it is very important to know that this is sacred, this is a sacred space. And then within the African spirituality, it's a shelter for ancestors. I am becoming an ancestor. And then the two participants here, they were spiritual healers who were saying, when I came to the hospital, I was told to remove ubuhlali and all what I wear for my work, where my ancestors are with me. But in the hospital, when I came here, they said I must take it off. When I'm taking off, it's like I'm stripping myself naked of my own ancestors. So it's very important for us, the health practitioners, to understand that people, they come as they are, and they have their own spiritual journeys. And so we should not disconnect them from their journey. And a sense of dignity, when we declothe the patient, when we say we take away what they have, it becomes very important to know what are we giving them. Because if you go to the hospital, especially public hospital, we find women wearing those short, and others, they have holes. When we take away something from somebody, we should be able to give them something that is going to maintain dignity. And then the permission to the body to say, who has an authority over my body? Can we have authority as patients? So that is the other question that came out, and that control. So I'm going to move now to the respect of the body. To say, when you're carrying we spoke about expected and unexpected death, and here we're not talking about bad and good death. Expected, when the aging, where is the aging? As they grow older, the patient grow older, it is expected that the person must go through the passage to be an ancestor. So to be an ancestor, you have to seize life so that you can go and be a spiritual person there. So now, but now we're talking about intimate care, because we touch. Even in death, when a person has ceased life, we bath, cleanliness, even after death. So that is very important for us, because as nurses, the last thing we do is a last office where we clean the body. We make sure that the body goes to the mortuary clean. We still continue touching. Even in the African space, then the elderly person, if it is female, a female will be delegated to go and bath the person in the mortuary and dress them in their favorite clothing or respectable clothing. So these two, they are very important to understand that even when the person is no longer alive, we need to treat the body with respect. And then there is the unexpected death, the death that happens, either in car accident or shooting. We have what's ukulanda komoya. So wherever a person dies away from home, there is the issue that they must fetch the body. So here in a hospital setting, we still have a conflict where the relatives will come to fetch the spirit, but there's somebody else's body who's there. Whose spirit are you taking? So it is our duty as nurses to understand, to say, within African spirits, the body and the spirit cannot be separated. You cannot bury a body not knowing, to say, is it here or is it wandering around? So it becomes critical. So that last, I'm getting to the end. So the last part, when we're looking at intimate care during COVID-19, as nurses, we were all wearing all the PPEs, were covered, were like ghosts. So the patients who were in the hospital, they did not know who was touching them. The question of who is touching me? Because everybody is covered, I don't know. And one of the participants was in a female ward, and then she was previously raped. And she did not know whether it's a man who's touching me, because now she had abortion, the abortion, so they were products of the conception that needed to be. But there were people who were touching her, opening her, wanting to check that there is bleeding. But now who is touching me? Because I cannot see who is touching me. And one elderly person said, and this keeps me alive. He said, I was not afraid to die, but I was afraid to die dating. Because of social distancing, the touch, the hygiene was problematic. And then this patient, as old as she was, she knew that I have to be clean to connect with my ancestors. So it becomes critical, intimate care to say, fourth industrial revolution is here, but let us not let go of the body, the basic of it all. So in conclusion, as we have seen that the importance of the body and the importance of touch, and especially the diversity that we have, which we need to respect, it becomes critical that for us nurse educators to teach students how to touch safely. And with the gender-based violence, which was alluded earlier, and having the male nurses within our space, so they are providing the care that they provide, they are afraid to touch. They always need a female nurse. We don't have nurses, so we do not have chaperones. So it's important for us to teach our nurses how to touch and when to touch in such a way that is respectful. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shakwane. If your time account was a bank account, you would be sitting with a credit balance. Congratulations on managing your time so intimately. Very interesting story there. Many lessons, let me say. I think we have come so far, and according to the program, we should be having discussions, which I interpret as questions and answers, which will be followed by a poem, and then the reflections that will actually bring us to the end of the program for the day. So I would like to make a proposition that we get one question per person. I emphasize again, a very precise question, not preceded by a long and winding story, and then that would be followed by also a very precise response. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 presentations that we have listened to. May I please request that we have a set of 4 questions, and then we pick it up from there. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, colleagues, for an interesting panel. I'm not sure if it's a question. It's for the doctor, the last speaker. I don't have your name, sorry.
I will help you. Dr. Shakwane?
Yeah, Dr. Shakwan. Thank you. I think I find your presentation fascinating. You know, the idea of touch is so, I don't think I think it's understudied. And I wonder what the implications of that are with regards to healing, but with regards to being, just being. I was fascinated by the COVID moment, where people were asking, who's touching me? I've been reflecting on how, I'm sorry, I'm gonna do the long winding questions.
Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Just get straight to the question.
I've been doing work on reflecting on what it has meant to move to virtual teaching, learning, but virtual relating, and how not seeing the faces, you know, because of our challenges with infrastructure, technological infrastructure. Many of us are unable to have our videos on when we do online engagement. And in the 2020-2021, you know, we would engage with people without seeing their faces. And I experienced it at a time when I had just moved to Unisa. So what I recognized last year when I came, when we started coming back,
Sorry, ma'am.
It's important.
I'm going to be very unpopular with you. Can you please get straight to your question? Thank you.
When we came back last year around August, September, and we started trying to do on physical, you know, I found that I only recognized people from their voices. I didn't know them via the face. So what you're saying is fundamental to the care space, you know. How, and you said something around 4IR, how do we, I know in other spaces they have engaged 4IR to facilitate care because of, they facilitated care using robots. But you mentioned fundamental things, that touching is important. So how do we navigate that arena where we now moving to robotics, you know, in the health space, but it will take away that fundamental touching that is significant for care. How do we navigate that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have another question, please? May I emphasize that the questions must be very short and precise. Thank you. Please go ahead, sir.
This question is, it's like a comment directed to Dr. Zimu Biela, and it's about, and in a roundabout way, also at Prof. Kuno. You know, I'm interested in the involvement of the built environment professionals in these kind of conferences, because I think that would address Dr. Zimu Biela's question in terms of accessing people in communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please go ahead. I'll get to you.
Okay, thank you. My question is directed to Prof. Baloyi. You touched a very interesting subject. I'm one of the people who always tell my relatives that when I die, I want to be cremated. And they're, what? Where did you get that from? But now I just have a short question out of interest. Maybe from my lay knowledge of decolonization, is having a minister serving at my funeral an African? Is it an African practice, having those church services at a funeral? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, delegates and speakers for wonderful presentations. I think, Chair, you need to indulge us. I'm of the view that this space is a healing space, so we must express ourselves. We are spiritual people.
Okay,
my
sorry,
question
before you
is
proceed,
to-
I agree with you that we need to engage, but we should be mindful of the time allocated for this segment. Thank
Much
you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My first question is to the first presenters. Thank you for a wonderful study. My question is regarding the Madlela Ngakane framework, a beautiful framework that was conceptualized. My question is, how confident are you about the framework amongst the theories and framework of the BICOS, BCM, Black Consciousness, and other models of African consciousness? And my second comment or question is to Professor Baloyi. What do you think about perhaps the cultural or ethical dilemmas that may come in your study with notions or nuances of always saying culture must evolve or culture needs to evolve? And to
Sorry,
Dr.
can you hold on to that question or take it on the next round? Thank you. Next one, if there's any last one before we move on. Otherwise, I'm going to ask the distinguished presenters to respond to the questions in any order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ndlovu, if I still have, I have it right. I'm sorry, Kuno, for the question of robotics. It is true that there is a move to robotics, but what is important is that the patient, the patient and the body, they form part of the holistic care, and that is why within this model, I'm moving innovative. The nurses, we used to teach them using the mannequins. So I'm saying that let us move away from that and then use the real human beings. So I'm using what you call the silicone masks. So where we wear a mask. If you want to teach about an elderly person, we don a mask, and then you will look like an elderly person, and then the student will be able to touch and talk to you instead of using the doll. And then when it comes to robotics, they have tried it with my mentor in Australia. They've tried to use the robotics in teaching intimate care, but it has failed. The failure was that the patient and the robot, they could not understand each other because that human touch was missing. That is why they have looked at to say, how can they support the innovation that I'm talking about of so using the silicone mask, because then we will not need a bigger space to keep the dolls and they will not be breaking, so you will have the silicone mask. Hopefully that will engage with the laboratory to be able to produce those masks for South Africa. Then we will be the first in Africa to have them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. Who is next?
Oh, am I the next victim? Thank you. Okay. Sorry. There are two questions that were directed to me, which I think I can answer quickly for the sake of your time. The first one, is having a minister serving in my funeral an African? That was the question, if I understood very well. It's not a question of judging whether it is an African or not, because the faith of the family in which the bereavement has taken place should be taking control, should be taking the direction. So for me, if I was supposed to be a direct direct in this answer. I will say there's nothing wrong. I am one of those pastors who are burying weekend in and weekend out. But the thing is, what does the family need? Actually, we need to identify the points. What does the family need from that minister? And what does the family want to achieve through that burial? My understanding from my own pastoral point of view is that I must journey with those who are living, and I must help them to recoup or to recover from the wounds that have been caused by the loss of their loved ones. So I cannot only want them when they are bringing tithe in the church, but I must love them even when they are not smiling. That is my understanding of having a minister in a family. But I would say in the end, what I've realized, generally speaking, particularly here in South Africa, most people, even those who do not go to the church, by the time of death, some will agree with me, they need a pastor to be around, isn't it? So we're no longer, sometimes I bury 3 or 4 times within one day. When I go to sleep on Saturdays, it's like I need some hot water. Because we are in demand. We are in demand. So for us, it's a question of, because you must remember, these things you must understand, death, I'm using this concept from the West, of course I should be saying ulova, if I had to use my own language. Because I said we don't have death for people in Africa, we have only to depart. Death, when it occurs, it dislocates everything in the family. And ministers, not ministers in the parliament, but those ministers who are working with what I'm working with, they are needed because at least they will have a kind of a direction as to what is God saying with this situation? Where can we find a new direction after this one? Sometimes you are burying the only breadwinner in the family, like now poverty is taking its toll. So you must also be a pastor father there to show the direction as to where do you go from here, because we don't know after this beast has been eaten, we don't know what is the next meal tomorrow. So the other question that comes from from Dr. that side, Dr. Hoppe, would you think about cultural, can you come again? It's about culture, I think. Maybe I did not put it very well here, but would you need culture? That's what you said in a funeral. Would you need the cultural traits or what? I don't know, but you can frame it again for me. Oh, yep.
Okay. Thank you for misunderstanding the question, because actually I was interjected. I will just carry on because let me just, it's more like a follow-up question now, because yes, I didn't complete what I wanted to say. I was saying that, what are you saying? Because I'm foreseeing that you might encounter a cultural dilemma with talks that are normally happening, that culture needs to evolve. And a follow-up comment on that is, what is your observation as well regarding the washing of hands or cleansing of hands using aloe tree as a silent healer, particularly these days as Africans and those who, the term clever ones, we don't want to wash hands in there, forgetting that the main fundamental reason for washing hands ke gore mosebetsi o ne re o tletse mo lapeng le re phetile re tlhapa matsogo. So whether the water is dirty or not, we all need to wash there. And what do you think, also as a follow-up comment on that, with the proliferation of funerals that are happening in the African society, maybe based on not performing that ritual, you go and shake hands with someone, you haven't performed that ritual, because the main fundamental purpose of that is re tletse mosebetsi o re tlhapa matsogo se ne re se tletse re se phethile.
I think, if I just have to be quick on this one, I think the best thing is culture or no culture, but it's all about understanding what people are trying to do. I'll just give you an example just to counter on that. We have got a kind of an understanding which people abused many times to say, why do people throw soil with hands while others are using shovels? And interrogating that anthropologically, I had to find, because sometimes you need to be a pastor anthropologically on the other side. I had to find that from African point of view, women and other people, elderly people cannot use shovels. But this was just a way to say, I support the work. So what is wrong with that? So some things that we say they are culture, they are traditions, they are not even minimizing or maximizing any value. So I don't think it's a bone of contention to say people are washing their hands when they come from graveside. She's coming from health studies. Hygiene is telling us before when you come from elsewhere, even if you're not coming from a gravesite, when you come inside the house, you need to wash your hands under normal circumstances. Right now, even the COVID has played a bigger role in telling us that we must wash our hands. I don't know whether there were some who were not washing them. But, I mean, some things we take them from health point of view rather than taking them from a cultural point of view. So my understanding of that, well, if it is only about washing hands because people were, I'll wash hands with them. And I don't feel any guilt about that. But when we come to things like when this thing will unfold when I go on, we need also to ask, whose culture is there, if there's any culture? Is it the family thing or is it someone coming to impose from the family? Because some of the things we must understand from the family, you remember when I was speaking, I indicated the role. The roles must be identified. Because if, for instance, I'm a pastor, then I'm coming to dictate in your family, you will have a right after the funeral to say, but this pastor just, instead of minimizing our pain, he added more pain into us. So it's all about sitting down and understanding what is the family doing here. If there are things that I think these ones are not supposed to be done, it means it is between me and the family as a pastor to say, let's arrange, how can we do this? You want to put the soil into the grave by hands? You say, yes. For what good reason? Do you understand the meaning of that? You say, yes, we do. It's about just supporting. One, to wash your hands. You are from the graveside. Even if I was not from the graveside, I will still wash my hands. What is the problem with that? So I'm not sure whether I covered the question, but let me say I tried.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sure that you should be reachable for further interrogation or further discussion should you not have covered the questions adequately. Thank you. Next one.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for a wonderful question. We are very confident about the Madlela Ngagane framework because it was informed by an analysis of success stories elsewhere and what we have in Africa and South Africa specifically. Then again, it is anchored on the African Renaissance theory and constructivism because we are decolonizing. We cannot anchor a model again on imperialist models of imperialist theories of development like modernization theory and the like, which we are crying about. So we have to come up with our own Afro-based models and philosophies. If it can be implemented correctly and adapted to suit the context of an institution and the country specific in Africa, it can be very successful because it gives, in fact, opportunities for everyone to participate, the stakeholders to participate. And the constructivism says that knowledge is socially constructed, meaning everyone should be involved in the construction of this knowledge and in this transformation agenda. Everyone should be involved, all stakeholders should be involved. Maybe lastly, though there is a lot to say about it, but lastly, the policy, because we spoke of the policy and the framework, because elsewhere, where we have analyzed, it was a problem. Like the issue of the Maori people in New Zealand, when they were trying to integrate indigenous knowledge into their curriculum, someone said it was tampering with their democracy. Then it was a legal issue. That's why it is very important for it to be anchored on the legal framework. Like Professor in the morning said that a certain project or course was discontinued elsewhere in South Africa because someone thought it was supposed to be discontinued. But if it is anchored on the legal framework, it will be difficult for those people to do that. So if we bring the legal framework, we bring the Afrocentric theories and constructivism into play, and the collectivity, inclusivity, it will be very successful. Except if maybe the implementers distort it, then it can be a problem. It's a wonderful question indeed.
Thank you very much, Doc. Appreciate it. Please go ahead.
Dr. Gordon, thank you for the...
Your mic, please.
I didn't get the question.
Sorry, please switch on your mic.
Yeah, okay. Dr. Gordon, I didn't get the question clearly.
Please rephrase your question. Thank you.
The question was more of a comment, saying that, you know, I believe that the people from the built environment professionals should be engaged, especially in a conference like this, because it's got ramifications for, you know, the more applied sciences and engineering, etc. And I believe that that's why I mentioned Prof. Kuno, is that I wanted to find out whether they actually tried to get hold of some of the engineers from the built environment to engage them and bring them into the conversation. And maybe that's how some of the community-related projects can be addressed. Thank you.
But I still believe that...
Sorry, your mic, please.
I still believe that actually, because we have the millennial generation, the model that you presented yesterday, given that South Africa has a challenge of artisans and technicians, it's a very good model to actually stimulate creativity and critical thinking among the young learners, because these are the young learners on whom we want to invest knowledge, especially technological knowledge. So that is why I'm asking, from here, where do we go? Because these presentations were very important. What about collaborating? And then we take all this knowledge back to where it belongs, to the beneficiaries, who actually do not benefit from these international journals on which we publish our knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. We're going to take a second round of questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, colleagues, for your presentations. I just want to commend you, Zimu Biela, for the proposal that you made on having transformation agents in the libraries. I have a student who recently completed his PhD from a library in the libraries in Ekurhuleni, and he was looking at how libraries are actually inclusive for people with disabilities. And I will tell you that actually there's a lot of exclusion, maybe unintended, but most of the material is not accessible. Then the question to Dr. Shakwane, as medical practitioners, in the process of touching people, do you have any consideration for the size of someone's hand? I'm saying this because when you give birth, when the hand is too big, you actually tear because of how the hand is inserted. But recently, as I was doing my teeth, I told my orthodontist that the first time I got there, the person that did my teeth had a big hand. I couldn't sleep at night. Actually, I had tears at the end of the mouth. And then I said to him, the second time I went there and I had somebody with a smaller hand, I didn't have any difficulties. So do you consider that in the process of touching, the hand is equal to the size of the body or the size of the organ? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question, or comment for that matter. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. My next question, again, thank you for the opportunity again, is to Dr. Zimu. I think it's regarding decolonization as a whole, because you say it's a necessity. Your presentation reminded me of, I think it's a recent book that's been published by Janssen and I forgot the second author, where they made a research to 10 universities and their findings are reflecting what we are doing now, that there's this repetition of engaging in decoloniality transformation in this fashion. And their findings that the intention at management level or at operational level, there's no intention to change. So my question is, as the information space, information technology, where you are now engaging into digitizing information, how are you going to incorporate this new finding that really there's no intention to change? And my last question is to, or comment is to Dr. Shakwane. I think I would like to agree with what Professor Kuno said earlier on, that I think your study is under-researched, it's sort of unheard of, maybe for lack of a better word. And it made me think of maybe on the metaphysical, spiritual side of what about those bodies that have transcended and maybe they visit their loved ones or descendants that I'm not washed, I'm not clean. I think your study somehow maybe has implications for that space. Thank you very much. It's an important study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have more questions for the presenters? Okay, in the absence of more questions, can we please have your responses? Thank you.
Thank you for the question about the size of the hand. When it comes to the general nursing, we do not look at the size of the hand. So, but when it comes to midwifery, because we have to do our vaginal examination, we look at the foot size. So the woman, normally when you the delivery, you look at the glove size, the large, medium, and all this, and then we look at the foot size because that's how we are going to measure the pelvis of the woman. So most of the time, for the women, we have smaller hands, but when it comes to the obstetricians, the men, they have bigger hands. So which sometimes they progress the labor, or they will tear, then they will tear the perineum. So it becomes very important as a midwifery practitioner, as an advocate during the delivery of the baby, to ensure that the size, the perineal size, have been measured correctly. But due to time, that does not happen. So everybody comes and then just go for it. So that is why the study becomes very important, because we say who owns the body, and then whose authority do we have authority to really go there, and especially because obstetricians are men. Just imagine you're opening up your legs and there is a man with a big hand. Yes, it is a sensitive topic and an interesting topic which keeps me alive. And yeah, we will try our best to make sure that the body is protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead with the response.
Thank you, Professor Ngubane, for it's actually more of a comment than a question. You know, the challenges facing the libraries regarding the people living with disabilities, I think there is this tendency of us sidelining, maybe not intentionally, the people living with disabilities. Even here, I never had one paper which was presented about people living with disabilities, and yet they are part of us, and they play a very critical role within our societies. So I think maybe we need to conscientize our library management system regarding the importance of taking into cognizance the importance of giving space to the people living with disabilities, and also taking into consideration their information needs, physical needs, as well as other important emotional needs. Dr. Hope's question regarding, I think it was also regarding the no intention to change. I think some of the issues which library executive management find it challenges is budget limitations. Libraries in most cases, especially the public libraries, they fall under or they are governed by the Department of Arts and Culture. And when you look at the budget that is normally allocated to the Department of Arts and Culture, it's lesser than all the other departments. So those are some of the challenges. Hence, they are very slow in the intentions to change because they are controlled. They are actually controlled by the budget, which they also receive from the Department of Arts and Culture. And the other important thing, I think they also need to be conscientized because libraries, they like working in silos. The library professionals, they are not involved in these intellectual discourses, interdisciplinary intellectual discourses. Those are some of the things that we need to encourage them to do so that they learn to be aware regarding the technological trends and also the other intellectual discourses which are pertinent during the current times. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think as we enter the twilight zone, I will ask if there's any other burning question coming from the floor. From this side to that side. In the absence of questions, we shall proceed to the next item on the program. We shall now listen to a poem by Mr. Mukwena from the Department of African Languages at Unisa, and Dr. F. Kanyane, Department of African Languages, also at Unisa. If they're here, please come through, but otherwise, yeah, enjoy the poem.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My presentation is so simple. My job is to entertain you. I know you have been presenting, since Monday, but mine is to take out stress and everything. Okay, for now, I'm going to sing a song. Miss DJ, you can play for me, and while Dr. Kanyane will be giving you a poem after this. Yeah, my presentation is based on visual, actually. It's not theoretical. It's about performance. Yeah. Okay. That song is still there. It doesn't have sound. It doesn't have. Oh, it was okay before. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I hope you're gonna dance with me. Yes. 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 Hallelujah. Shaya! Yes! Yes! Yebo! Ikhamba naye lapha usisingamhlanga ikomana sikuzakwaza neyakhwaza kanye yasinikina. Zibambe sikhozi zibambe usisingamhlanga. Yes! Shaya! Just. Mama.
Wele. Nazo!
Thank you very much, Mama.
We are happy today.
Thank you very much.
Are you still alive? Mr. Sekona? Are you there? Yes. Makanyan. Come on stage. Yes. Hey!
Ifitile ukhohla conference ya transformation and leadership. Isona diphetoho le boetapele. Re fihlile mafelelo. Ai. Wele. Wa ememo ke morodi dinong le moshadi go ga boroko ga e ke kgeledi ke ra mo kgeletsane kgeledi ga bo lepota ke re fadimega lebelela ba re tloutša mona marula di atloga hlokomela o seke wa ba kolobe ya morago gopola tša tloga di tlogile ha gona go gadima morago o tsebe tša inama wa inamologa mmago ke moloi ba e lahletše teu temeng ba mahlale pepeneneng bokoloti bo tla šala le yo a ratago rena boroto le bommedi bekwane ge re re ho re tla be re tshepile lewa ge re re pho mahlo re botšhetše re tla ba re ramang tsoga morobadi metsi a mokgako re nwele nama tša matšhatša re jele ra ba ra tlola megopolo e tletše wa go falala bokanoka ya udi bonyatsi re lahlile ra tshwela mare ka moletianeng wa tšhošane re akaletše marumbu ka nong re fetola mebala boka phikoko se bana bešo go anegelwa ke go tingwa mona le mahlo o a bona mona le tsebe o kwele go kwa ga go kwelwane tshedimošo ke maphapha ke ga mantšha o tlogele phahlo e šale le beng. Mongwe le mongwe ga itšhubele, a šube a sepele. Tsela di bulegile, monyama o apogile. A re eng, šidio, šate, wa! Dipula tša mahlogonolo a di lenele. Megolokwane basadi ba nna itiankati. Ai, 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 ai. Wele, 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 wele. Wa sa re go šate wa duma.
Wow. Thank you very much. That was short and sweet. The dance was also quite exciting. Yeah. Can we please have more of that in this hall or the other one as we do our business in the university? We've got so much to deal with in this big campus. We need some kind of interludes of this nature to distress us. I think we've come to the last item on the program, which is reflections and way forward. Prof. Kono, this is when we want to listen to your guidance. Please come over.
Thank you, Program Director. Ke rata ho leboga. Ke rata ho leboga Busisiwe Ngomani, Gugu Masenga, le badumisi kana badumisi le sefantse ha ke mang? Le mme Hlongwane, badumisile Hlongwane. They have been the backbone of this conference. They have been dedicated, they've been paying attention to detail, and they have been caring. Matsogo a bona a mofuthu. This conference would not have been a success without them. Ke a leboga. I also want to thank my colleagues from the DLT for taking time to be here for the 3 days, for sharing ideas as we were preparing for the conference, and for being selfless in sharing themselves with all of us. Thank you, colleagues. I also want to thank the team from Multimedia. Without them, we would not be streaming. We are streaming. Thank you, re a leboga, colleagues. From where I'm standing, I think the conference was a success. We were challenged to think differently. We were invited to ask more questions and also to do more practical work. The themes raised were multiple, including divide and rule, the language question, IKS, curriculum context, investing in the young, symbolism, rage, love, gentleness, and many others. The way forward is to take action towards moving the transformation agenda to the next level. Many of the projects presented here began to illustrate that there are multiple shifts, that we are not just talking for the sake of talking, that as we talk, we are not only shifting how we think, we are also shifting our methodologies. We are rethinking what matters, and we are implementing. The projects presented by many of us, including the one shared by Dr. Magokwana, I got it right, ne? On maternal legacies, is one close to my heart. And that is one project that begins to show that we are not just talking. But there's a lot of work still to be done. There's a lot of work still to be done in the sector to improve representation, to improve content, so that we can see ourselves in these universities. There's still a lot of work to be done. There are still a lot of fears to be gotten rid of. There's still a lot of healing to be done. So we need to do more advocacy, and a number of questions or invitations were sent our way during this conference to do that advocacy through the writing of that concept note to the higher education and primary education departments. We will do it. We also had an important argument or an important invitation that the symbolism that we have shown in renaming our buildings, whilst appropriate, is not enough. This building in particular is named after Mewini Madikizela. But we don't see pictures of her. So we need to change that. So those are some of the practical work that we have been called to go back and engage with. So that is part of the way forward. We will do that. We take these invitations seriously, and we will do the work required going forward. We will also be publishing the papers presented here today. We will also be facilitating collaborations, and we will also be mentoring. So the work will continue. We thank you and look forward to further engagements in 2023, as we will be hosting webinars, workshops, engagements, and writing retreats. Thank you, colleagues. Le kamoso. Re a leboga. Drive safely, fly safely, walk safely, take care.
Enjoy your dinner.